Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は82日目です。It is day 82. We are 2 days, 3 days. Level up day. Pretty chill day today. Let's go through bumps along the road and remember to add the stuff that were a little bumpy as well. I forgot to do that yesterday. So this other people. It was a people person swap. That's fine. 両者 mix up with help. Right. 助ける 助ける and 支える right. Oops. And we what happened? Oh, this was a typo. So 視点 not enough, insufficient, still shortage. Go with not enough. Uchi, typo. And synonym mama, other. Some other stuff. This. We had yeah. equal. Since equal. And yoso. Takeru. Transform. And that's it. These ones. Not too bad yesterday. Let's get into this. Get into our review. Figuring out to help.
Mayasa.
毎朝
Kimi.
に
助言
上限 Oh, this is the other one. Whoops. I wasn't reading clearly there. Bound to happen. That was Yaku.
Tokoro.
Oro.
電池
電池。
道
道。
助ける
助ける。
対立
対立。間もなく。
間もなく
朝。
朝。
研究
研究。
歩道。
歩道。
数える
数える。Shortly. Not long. Shortly.
住所。
住所。
支える
支える。
私自身。
私自身。
身体。
身体。
話す
話す。
楽。
楽。
君主国。
君主国。wait.
金。
金。
楽しい。
楽しい。Oops.
作者
Aksha. Near days. So recent days. Recently. The other day. I wonder if I can get away with recent days. I can. Okay. Hmm.
数字
Uzi.
電子
電子
近日
近日
住む
住む
数年
数年
数学
数学
間
間
近年
近年 Wait. Did this change? No.
住人
住人 out? Wait. Exit. What did I use for sha? Okay. Exit plus I don't remember what was this. So I'm stuck on that. But Chusha is correct. So I've lost the word association for that. Company stuff. Yeah, so it's a shaman that's bearing, so it's still company. So if your exit company, yeah, chu plus sha, and then meaning is gone. Exit company? Outside company? It wasn't branch company. I mean, branch office. Has 10 in it. Leave the company? Oh, wait. Oh, is this to go to the going to the company? Going to the office? Yeah, like you're exiting. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong direction. Yeah, going to the office. Oof, that one is a little weak. Gotta be going to the office. Okay. Oof, that wrong direction. Exiting somewhere and then office or company, not the other way around. Company, then exit.
Taisuru.
Taisuru. Jikan. I could get a little dicey because some of it you have to type interval of time. I'm not sure if I added something for that safe.
Mori.
Oh, that's not Chusha. It's Shusha. I just realized the moment I hit enter. It's a shame double check is not a thing yet. It will be soon though.
Gakusha. Kogakusha.
Recent near years. Did I write recent years? Years. So the other one was recent days, right? Go over the ones that involve this character. I think most of these we can use recent. Okay. So, recent or near the transition to recent year, right? Equals Inan. Okay.
Shusha.
Yeah. Back in the bin it goes for being irregular.
どう
Oh. Ningen.
Ningen.
That's special. Again, sort of special.
救命
Yume. Oh, whoops. I typed the wrong thing. Fine. I think we're gonna end up extending another day because I think that's the third one. The grand WaniKani soft wall doesn't protect against typos.
朝ごはん水道
Rido.
え
It. We'll fix that too. Gonna work around that one as well after day 100. Plenty of things to work around. Plenty of tools to work around. My disagreements with design. See. Don't want to
視点
typo again. And
池
huh. No. Wait.
名所
Sure. If it doesn't, that's kind of nice. If it does, I dislike it. I disagree with that design choice. The more I wrap my head around it, the more I disagree with it. Being consecutive doesn't mean consistency. Largely because SRS has space stuff. Unless there's a way, unless they normalized it to a shorter period of time, I suppose. But I think the way they normalized a short period of time doesn't fit for what I would consider healthy setting habits, which is like once a day, as opposed to constantly going back and checking at the first possible availability. A day's time doesn't work with a day's time. Why was this a problem? Okay. Probably because of that.
会話
You want
電力
力
君
in
両者
両者
数
数
電気
電気
音楽
音楽
言 電話、
電話。
前進、
前進。
朝日、
朝日。
絵文字、
絵文字。
点数、
点数。
北海道、
北海道。
足りない、
足りない。There was a typo on that earlier.
電車、
電車。
み、
み。年数 sounds kind of weird. Or do we do... The only ones that changed were to count and standalone, right? Azu and Azo. And this... Oh, no. This one changes to Nendaku, right? Nenzu.
人数、
Oh, Ninzu. I typed Ninzu and I said Ninzu. Oh, this is Yoso.
予想、
間、反対、
反対、
空間、
空間、
心身、
心身。Okay. That's kind of aggravating. Oops.
国民、
国民。Okay, well, let's see. We have 1, 2, and the idea that it goes backwards as opposed to staying where it is, that's kind of disagreeable as well. Actually, no, we're still on track because it's minimum of 3 actually. It's 10%. So yeah, 3. We're still on track. But the whole backtracking thing is also disagreeable as well. Okay. Making errors is not part of backtracking. Making errors is still for momentum. At most, you would be treading in place, not going backwards. Or a mistake. Alright, Monix. Hook, snake, cloud, weapon, compare, net, sickle, horse, easy, suit, cage, cape. Reads, T, T, E, U, Yo, E, Un, I, Kyoku, Yaku, O, Etsu, Yu, In, Ya. Double checking. And Ba, Mori, Yo, Asa, Ban, Ota, actually, Ota, E, A. That's, whoops, clicked on the wrong one. Okay, Ota, quickly. Yeah. Ota, Yo, An, Kumo, double check Kumo. Su, Yaku, Wa, En, Sho, An. Alright, let's go over those. Okay, shoot, Xia. No rhymes about it, that's, we know it. If it doesn't come right away, no double checking, right? Let's see. Kinda just doesn't encourage you to correct it in the first place. It's up here though. Well, that's kind of what that's for. What type of typeset did they use? 2 flats? 2 flats. Kumo. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Non-issue, non-issue. Human error, right? People make typos. Think of other things. Get consistent over time. This was a mix-up actually, but nothing with time won't solve. Yaku. This is from yesterday. Oops. It's a little witchy. And then yeah, this is from yesterday too. Mother. And then we had 2. Which one's here? What's the other one? Most of the means. So this was recent years. I kind of like the word recent. That's more consistently used. I also have saikin, right? Saikin, kinen. I have recent months. I would like to think it's kingetsu, but let's go visit Kin. Now, how do I do that easily? The easiest way is probably to go here. Wait, no. To go here and find Kin. Wait, is there a search bar? No. I don't do this too often. There's Keen the axe. So it's here? No. What did they organize? Oh, okay. You just come here. Neat. Hello. The heck, I skipped it. It's in English. Okay, English alpha. So I'm just looking for N. Oh, there it is. Alright, so how many do we have that use the word recent? Chikaku. Chikazuku. Chikazuku. Get close to approach. Near. Thanks. So we're thinking recent years, right? But then we also used a kinjitsu. What did I accept for kinjitsu? Okay. Oh, that's not how that works. Oh, they only list starting it? Oh, no, they don't. Huh. Oh, I added recent days. Oh. So it should be soon. Guess we should be careful of that. So soon That is probably 1, 2. Right here. Oh no, it's not consistent. Okay. All right. That's a wrap for WaniKani in Japanese today. You're gonna watch this later? Arigatou gozaimasu, right? And until next time, right? For those who are only interested in Japanese. 皆さん、またね. We're gonna switch up and go straight into HanziHero today. Thank you, thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第75天 is day 75. Hop into our yesterday's bumps and lumps. 先 is probably because of one another. Li Shi, it's the Li. Or Li Xi, it's the Li. It's definition, interpretation. So this one is long lasting. Synonym, participate. Synonym, mother. Misread on the bu. Yongbu. Okay. Lesson time. Sheng Ye, salesperson plus profession, commerce. Interesting. The profession of a salesman is obviously related to commerce or business. Negocio. Un negocio. Sheng Ye. That's fine. Or trade. Trade is good. Sheng Ye dou chang. Oh, it could be Jiang.
商业部长
Jiang. Oh, that's Bu. Oh, I misread that. Bu Jiang. Yeah, so this is the other read on Chang. Jiang, and this minister sounded like Jiang as opposed to Chang. Chang deals with length. 商业部长在工业 interesting 工业 industry profession or fields of industry. Intriguing. 商业 commerce and finance. Don't have that. Not sure what this is. And then we have 方面
在工业、商业、财政方面，
财政方面 Okay, this one is okay, right?
商业其他
right? There's E. Oh, I still don't like this. There's or that. Did I add other? Yes. Okay, I did add other. The other he, which is still other. If it is not yours, it likely belongs to someone other. It could be theirs or it could belong to him. It's what I'm saying. Or someone other than those. That's a roundabout way of suggesting other is still other. Okay. 有些语言 probably 语言比其他语言难学 hard to study or hard to learn
有些语言比其他语言难学。
语言 Okay, it's two 语言有些语言比其他语言难学 in addition 还有其他5个人
还有其他5个人。
Oh, that's right. This is high. That's right. It's the other read. They chose the. Pretty sure that's the same character. They chose the other. No, just kidding. I misread that. That's high. Yeah, high because Hulk, right? Hulk in the high school mouth dress net slapping it all around on the ground to make mud. Yes, high. Yeah, 还有其他5个人。
其他市场
So I guess they're using principal market, marketplace, or market site. Did I add place for you? I did not. I'm gonna add place and location. Did I add city? Yes, I did add city. Okay. 市场 can refer to an abstract market or a literal site where goods are bought and sold. Okay, fair enough. 国 something. Oh, 国际 maybe. 国际市场
国际市场
Okay, 国际 largely because of this translation. 国际市场 We didn't get this character yet. 国内 yeah, 国内 now domestic. 国内 and 国际 were introduced in Duolingo as opposites. 国际国内 So 国内市场 which is within the country, domestic.
市场。海水。
海水 seawater. Fair enough. It's seawater. Seawater is seawater. 这里的海水很 shallow. I don't know what shallow is.
这里的海水很浅。
浅。We have spray plus a flail. 很浅。这里的海水很浅。You must not drink the water. Why is that? Oh, that's a must. 你 What could that be? 对，不，你拔队不可以喝海水。
你绝对不可以喝海水。
Oh, that's another 节。Oh, that kind of makes sense though. 你绝对 So they used a different 节 Okay. A different 节。你绝对不可以喝海水。Alright.
海水。外套。
外套 outside cover. That does sound like a code. A 外套 is something you cover yourself when you go outside. An overcoat. We have another overcoat. 大衣 Right. I add a coat to that one too. 这是你的外套 外套 外套 not 靠 外套 这是你的外套。他没有穿外套。
外套。
外套。Okay. Alright.
商业。海水。外套。其他。市场。
Alright.晴天 sunny plus day. We got sunny day or heaven. Actually, you know what? I know we have heaven, but we might as well add day. Oops. Okay. For completion. Clear day. Yeah, clear day too. 小件的 Ooh, 小件 small scene, a rare. Interesting. 小件的晴天。晴天比雨天 comfortable, 舒服。
晴天比雨天舒服。
晴天比雨天舒服。晴天。
手套。
hand cover, which is a glove. Mittens. Include mittens. 这两what is a counter for gloves? 这两针 手挑布。something 对。don't match 挤对。
这两只手套不配对。
it's 只。Dang it! I should have went with 只。It's the other 只。配对。
这两只手套不配对。
配哈。配对 or match。对，只 turkey on the stool, huh? Alright. Baseball gloves. Do I know baseball? 打球 Maybe that's another 打球手套
棒球手套。
Oh, 棒 Oh, that's kind of a good word. 棒球手套。棒 Okay.
手套。挺身。
Erect body to stand up. That makes sense. You get out of this, make your entire body erect. Stand up, stand straight, stand erect, straighten one's back. Yeah. What the heck is STO stand up straight? There's a typo here. But that's fine. Or is there? It's fine. 挺身 还 Is that 挺身还
挺身还击。
Oh, it's the other one. Oh, it is. Okay. Just kidding. Yeah, Hai and Huan. Hai and Huan is the same character. Yeah, that's why I keep reading them back and forth on 50/50. Hai and Huan. So the one that I'm more used to, the one that is being taught is Huan. So Huan is everything that's outside of still. So every time it's trying to elicit still or yet or like mada, right? Mada is going to be high so far. And I already know they don't teach both reads or multiple reads per character until it's implemented. So 缓解 fight back 缓解挺身缓解 OK 他挺身而出 step forward 而出 and exit 而出
挺身而出。
Oh. Okay. All right. Well, that's one way to learn it, I guess. All right. 挺身而出 That's a full fat phrase. 挺身而出 To simply erect your body and exit forward from the ranks. Oh, that kind of step forward. 挺身而出 All right. Soldiers, right? Don't know. Bing. It's like something Bing. One of these is Bing. Men. Okay. Yeah, one of these is Bing. And then Men. 挺身而出。
战士们挺身而出。
Oh no, neither is. 正是 Okay, the soldier part 是 Okay. 战士们挺身而出。Okay. 不在危ない No, I'm just kidding. 在 I put no idea. This one's G. So 在保级时刻挺身而出。
在危急时刻，他挺身而出。
It's way and 时刻 moment. Now we got lots of layering of vocabulary. Hey. 身而出。
挺身而出，
What? Oh, we don't have the stand-up part. Yikes, that might be a problem.
音
Ying is fine. Sounds good. Yoshi's in front of the infirmary where an alarm has gone off due to some sort of medical mishap. The sound is deafening. So Yoshi buries his head under the ground. It has no effect as the sound of the alarm still reaches him, and now he's stuck. The doctor tries to pull him back out without success. Infirmary. The doctor. In the front. Alarm. This is a good reinforcement for the alarm component. Sound. Okay. You would think it had. I was gonna say it had something to do with the mouth, but he went with read. Doing. I guess when you're reading out loud, I suppose doing. In liang for volume and not 声音 音乐 of course music. Sound recording 录音 Oh yeah, 录音 sound recording. I've heard this term. Transliterate. That's probably the E in translate, possibly. Ying yi.
音音晴天手套挺身而出，挺身
Okay.
玉
Oh, we have a lot of characters at the same time. Yu, education. Is 学 yu a thing? Probably. An elbow pad. Alright, fair enough. Oh, a lid on top of an elbow? Oh, that kind of makes sense, actually. I like it. It combines two components into one. Oh, okay. So okay, hold up. Unite. Move. Thorough and sufficient. No.
玉
I'm gonna need more examples. Yeah. So Yugi is in the bathroom of the house receiving an education. Okay. Elbow pad and moon. A floating moon is in front of him as he sits on the closed toilet lid. It asks questions and Yugi answers. If he gets any wrong, the moon hits him on the elbow. So Yugi wears elbow pads. This is the power of the education moon card. Though I'm not sure why he is doing it in the bathroom. That's a fair point. But he is sitting on the closed toilet lid, so that's a good way to keep it in the bathroom. Not sure how I would differentiate it from the house, though. It could be anywhere. That could be a problem. Oh, that you. Oh. TU. Body education. Sports. Okay. 教育. Teaching education, which is still education, yes. Gymnasium. Oh, and then they went with... Yeah. Can't beat around that one.
玉科
Academic discipline. That's a little too specific. But I get what they mean. Or measuring cup. Oh no, instead of a ladle. I'm gonna put a ladle just in case. I mean, it's still a container for liquid. I mean, it's still involving scooping a liquid, so I'm okay with that. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put cup too. There's no cup is unused. But I can see why they use measuring cup because of the two dashes. Imagine taking a large cross. That's not what I'm thinking of right now. And placing a bunch of ice. Oh no, they went with ice. Is in one of the corners to measure how much ice you have. This is but a primitive measuring cup. That didn't work out as well as I thought. You can also picture the two ice strokes as being abstract. Oh, there it is. Abstract measuring lines. While the cross being an abstract outline of the measuring cup. Yeah, of the cup. That's fine. It is a measuring cup. Goal. Okay.
科
Now why did you go with academic discipline? And stuck with specifically academic discipline? Okay. Kermit. Oh no, it's Kermit again. And it deals with the electricity plant. Now this time Kermit is in front of the electricity plant, where he is practicing his academic discipline. Okay, that involves a grain stalk and a measuring cup. The study of balance. He gets a grain stalk and hangs a measuring cup on top and holds it proudly in the air. He wears an academic cap and looks smugly at the workers who are streaming into the front door of the plant. Balancing a measuring cup. Academic discipline of balancing a measuring cup on a grain stalk. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of science. I think I'm just gonna put science here. Yeah. 科学. Oh, okay, academics. 科系. Academic department. I think I'm gonna place also academics, academic, and academia. might even put education, really. Dentistry, right? Study, education. So this is teeth, right? Ya, ke. So teeth, academic discipline, or teeth education, or teeth study. And urology, I'm guessing, I don't know what that part of the body is yet. Nya. Me, meow. Ke, meow. Oh, that kind of makes sense. I'm sure we'll get to that verb soon enough. Oh, right. Start with the
科 往
Hoang, toward, yeah. Or direction, sort of. Towards, direction. In that direction. I'm thinking of when I'm typing direction. At? No. I think forward is pretty good. Toward is pretty good. Walter White is in the basement of the chapel. Sure. Checks out. Where he has started a cook cult. On one end of the basement is a bunch of lit candlesticks, sure, and Walter walks forward them slowly while holding a holy sandal. That's right, those are sandals. Oh man, I immediately thought loiter. Holy sandal above his head. A bunch of cook addicts, priest's face, cook addicted priest's face towards him in reverence. Oh boy. Good news. It's not too much problem remembering Wang. Bei Wang. You have to fly toward. Yeah, to go to. I was gonna write to. Yeah, we might as well write. Just in case. 前往 向往 yeah, to yearn for, to concern towards, to hurry towards, 赶往 all this occur a couple times in the context sentences. And Wang, back and forth. Wang Fan.
往
Okay.
往科
Heck.
玉
The moon was educating. The moon was educating Yugi, right? All right. Jie. Oh, okay, that's what jie looks like in traditional. That's so that got simplified like crazy. Yeah. Jimmy Neutron is inside. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is inside the electricity plant. Sure. Where he works. They are celebrating an electricity-related festival. They're in the generator room. Okay. Each employee, Jimmy included, holds a bamboo stick made of silver. Okay. At the end of which is a sacred postage stamp. Alright, go on. They go over to the generator and throw this strange thing into the fire. Some sort of sacrifice to the electric gods. Okay. Festival or holiday, yeah. Yeah. So... Alright. Alright. Yeah. 春节. 节日. Makes sense. 中秋节. no. How do you say? 圣诞节. Oh, 圣诞节. Okay, so they went with 圣诞节. And I have to佳节 节 okay.
节
Oops.
音
Okay. England. They just go straight into England. Okay. Sure. I was gonna say maybe English, dial it back a little bit. Oh, a what? Pillory? A wooden instrument device that goes around the neck and hands is essentially a big hood of sorts. Alright, I'm gonna need help with. Oh, those things. Wow, is that how you spell that? Dang. I usually refer to that thing as the location of the place. Like a location that has these pillories. Okay, hold up. Big hood, a pillory. Oh my word, that's going to be... Yeah, I think I'm gonna write stocks just in case, because I usually think of stocks related to pillory. But yikes, I didn't realize those are called pillory. Okay, stocks, alright. I mean, ying in England is fine, I guess. We'll work on that later.
音
Go, ying. Yoshi is in front of the English manor, okay, in English, which of course is in England. He is decorating the ancient pillory with flowers to celebrate some English holiday. The flowers are the color of the Union Jack. Oh, English is a alternative, so I don't have to add anything. Okay. 英文, 英语, 英国, inch. In English inch. Oh, that's right. We have to differentiate. Ying caliper. I don't know what that is. Chun. Chin. Oh my gosh, that's actually kind of tough to say. And then, oh yeah, Ying Xiong. Hero. HanziHero. Ying Xiong. Okay. Ying Xiong. Ying.
音 便
Bien, convenient, yeah. In bendy, right? Bendy. Bendy has the same. That Ben is probably Onyomi. Bigfoot is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, helping them repair their toilets. Go ahead. Slender man who works there pulls out a sun. What, from his pants? Oh, from his pocket to help illuminate things. Alright. Which is quite convenient. Bigfoot finishes the repair but notices that his hair has fallen all over the ground. So a walking broom comes in and conveniently sweeps it up. Alright. Fair enough. Convenient. Is there any other... I think convenient is fine. What else would I say by accident? No, I think we're good. Yeah. 方便 classic casual. Oh, 随便, that's right. 随便 could throw me off. Convenient? I was gonna say also laxed, but that's fine. I think we're fine.
便河
River. Yep. River. Okay, so Harry Poppers is inside the electricity plant. There's so many electricity plants today. Harry Potter is inside the electricity plant, which is quite hot from all of the generators. He takes out a magical spray can. Got you. And spray it in the middle of the huge plant. A river comes out that winds its way around the generators, cooling down the plant. A magical river spray can. The river, what the heck? Something's weird there. The river touches one of the electric wires and shocked Harry. So, Harry, who is also touching the water. Okay, that's something happened here. Something's lost here. Okay. Let me guess. Why her? Okay, why her? And now, right? Yun her. Milky Way. Oh. Ying he. Silver. Interesting. Riverbank. An. River Valley. Yeah, Hegu. Checks out. The valley part. Tani. Yeah.
河
What the heck is this? Oh, did I skip something? I couldn't have possibly skipped this. In lessons. What are you? Okay. It was like... Oh, was center. I don't know. What is this? Oh, that's Pillory. Wait. Did I not even look at the character? Oh, I didn't even look at the character. I was so occupied with Pillory that I wasn't even looking at the character. It looks like a Pillory. All right. Wow, I didn't even look at the character. Okay.
节
Decorating jewelry, right?
音 和 变
All right. That's a lot of characters for tomorrow. Wow, that's a lot of characters. Ongoing characters. All right, let's bop some of them off. Time to lock in here. Wait. T. T Su.
起诉
我会起诉你。
Okay.
近期
他们近期要搬家。
Near period of time? Near future? Soon? Okay. Alright, that's fine. Oh no, this is the barrister wig.
只要
只要你在这里，我就放心了。
知己
我们知己已经很多年。
Know each other. Oh, intimate. Know yourself. Dang it. I should have considered know self as the thing. That one's kind of tough for me. We'll get it at some point. We got it a couple times already. Still not really sticking.
又要
他既要上班，又要管孩子。
I don't know if I place no self. I think no self is good enough.
受
Either. No. No. This character is so... Okay, Beanstalk. Without the sun. I don't... Two? It's one still. Oh, is this the OG green? Oh, this is the OG green. Yeah, these are gonna be tough in the future. There are so many things without context is gonna be rough. Okay. And without context.
相识
我和他素不相识。
This is acquaintance.
送
I can't spell deliver.
王国
西班牙王国。
司机
我是计程车司机。
全身
全身的健康检查。
可是
可是我找不到他。
But, however, I think because can also be that. But because, in a loose way, especially in that sentence. Right,
外交
外交通向和平。
自来水
这里的自来水能喝吗？
就是
你就是我要找的那个人。
眼
That one's kind of tough over time. That could be tough.
剑 必要
你不必要送这么贵的礼物。
Oh hey, there's the daily Twitch bot reminding me I'm also live on Twitch. Thank you, daily Twitch bot. Wow, that one didn't even get flagged. Amazing. Fresh round of daily Twitch bots.
虎
Stop hitting that button, please.
苏 气 妹
Oh my gosh. Is this a fork? Or a claw? Okay.
弄错
你弄错了。
轻 月份
2月是北京最寒冷的月份。
Oh. Meaning... again with the... Um.
Do 努力
我们的努力已经到顶了。
普遍
普遍定律，
以下
房间里温度是10度以下。
天分
这孩子很有天分。
交朋友
很容易交朋友。
像
The heck did they have for this one? A drop mustache. It was Xena, right? Xena in the church preparing for the monk orientation. Yeah, that one's rough too. Orientation. I think I'm gonna be more likely to type direction. Default direction for that one. Oh, this one was Jimmy Neutron in front, yeah.
接画飞船
阿波罗飞船，
Wait. Hold. Why do I think this is... I'm stuck between 1 and 4. So let's see. Elbows. Road. Can't figure out... Wait, let's see. Tarzan? Oh, smoker. That's a smoker. Right.
通
Dang it. Who's doing the smacking Slenderman thing? No, it's Shrek, right? This is what tripped me up yesterday as well.
使重遍地
遍地都是死人。
It's definitely Yugi. It's definitely infirmary. This is the wild thing, right?
运 医院
9个人被送到医院。
蛋
Oh boy. What? Why? Oh no. What word did they use? Slenderman's son. Okay. It could have been any of those.
安 青菜
青菜不要炒得太老。
Okay. Wait. Yeah.
乌 大衣
Oh,
你
hey.
为什么穿大衣？
An overcoat ended up showing up anyways.
走路
我每天去上班都走路。
有钱
我不是有钱人。
五 累
Oops, I've got the D. Oh, is it still straight? Yeah, it is still straight. And it's,
纸 拿到
他拿到了工作。
oh my gosh, obtained or get. Still achieve. Achieve still works here. Even acquired, actually. We're going wrapping around because it's a positive thing for Nadal. Okay, that's fine. Synonyms, block them off. Yeah, I would like when I said Nadal 工作 is great. It's a good thing. Good thing. You finally got a job, or you finally achieved a job, or obtained a job, or acquired a job. Kind of have a positive spin on it a little bit.
后来
你后来做了什么？
Oops, I forgot the S. Oh no. Hold. Tombstone. Bathroom. Hulk in the bathroom. The heck is he doing with the tombstone? And some words.
画
What did they use for this? How did this work? Giving him a pep talk. Oh, yeah, bathroom with auto. Okay, giving himself a pet talk. He's practicing the words from his play as he speaks. Oh, it's tongue. What am I thinking of? That's not tombstone. That's tongue. That's what made it so weird. Okay, it's fine.
星期
2个星期，
Get. Gone get. This is the. Oh wait. This is Okay. What does Kirby have to do with the basement? The English manor with the stock and moon?
请
I mean, it's supposed to be please or invite. Oh. Okay. How does this work? He looks around, but it's empty. Among the old statues is a sculpture. Okay, we're floating around. People knock over. Out comes a beanstalk that grows rapidly and right through the ceiling and roof. Words fly down through the beanstalk with the invite. Oh, this one is. Ooh. Alright. That's gonna be a tough one. So, it goes down to the basement. And the moon. There's a sculpture of the moon, right? And then he knocks over the moon shatters, creates a stalk that blows into the air, right? Into the sky with words coming down the beanstalk to invite him. Oh my gosh, that one's not gonna stick. Did I add like please, polite, request? Okay. Invite is. That's a tough one.
利息
1万元本金的利息是200元。
长久
长久之计，
餐
This is confess, but is it 4?
告白
我跟他告白了。
火车
我不喜欢搭火车旅行。
算了
他不想来就算了。
永不
让我们永不分离。
更好
往后的日子会更好。
Oh no. Yeah, we haven't used this character that much, huh? Yeah, I don't even know what I would use for this character. Consider, think, contemplate. So maybe oh, no. This is exam. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. I got this.
考
Oh, it's a test and exam. No. We're fine. We're fine. For some reason, I was blocked on that one. For a little bit there.
留学
留学生
All right.
赢
Great.
勇 买主
他终于找到了一位买主。
Oh no. Okay. It's not a grain stock. It's not a shoot. It's not a husband. Oh wait. Yeah. What is it? Oh wait. No. It is a shoot because I'm thinking of dart. Those ones are not great. All right, we gotta
句
compose ourselves here. We've almost gotten to the most relaxing part of our day. Our Spanish for now.
文 做人
学生首先要学会做人。
Ah, that's obedient or conduct. Conduct oneself. Okay. No double check in this one either. No double check. But I'm okay in HanziHero because it doesn't soft gate you. So that's like the silver lining here. There's no soft gating.
虚己
I keep saying how many, but this is several. Okay.
老天爷
Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. How do I... It's Quasimodo.
"去路
河流的去路被堵住了。
I'm having weird mental blocks on very common characters now. Oh no. Wait, Lu. They're coming back around for sure.
"少
net.
打从
打从小时候起，
What? 打从小时候起，从小时候起 in a little bit beforehand since like wait a little bit momentarily, wait like in a few moments, leave from here. Right, this is follow, right? So we're using follow. I have no idea what this is. Since it is since. I'm gonna use from now. Also afterwards. And after. It's still from, like the same way as from is after in time. So like, you know, 前 or not 前, 后. From behind to after. It's the same type of thing. And this is a recurring problem too. This one is a recurring one as well. I cross since a couple times across my head, but it doesn't feel that way. It's not since, it's more like afterwards. After a little bit of time, we leave. Okay. What was this? Work done, you know, to conduct oneself.
不过
不过还是谢谢你。
不过 oh, not to pass, but oh, this one's that's awful. That mnemonic is awful. Let's think of something else. Not pass. Okay, not is still not, but pass. I'm not sure if pass is still pass for me. It's I kept pass. This is awful. This is like a double. It is because you have something to say and do not want to pass over this part. But the word is however, so it's a negative. Negative is multiple steps. Well, I mean, it sounds like however, but there's so many howevers and buts. Well, This also sounds like because as well. But and however. Didn't we just cross something that had but and however as well? Yeah. You know, however, I haven't thanked you, but I haven't thanked you. I是谢谢你. Alright, because it's a safety net. I was thinking of something else entirely there. That was my bad.
很少，
这里的人很少。
国，经，
Was that supposed to be I? It was supposed to be I. My bad. I was thinking of something else. I'm like, what happened there? That was supposed to be
学习，
I. Or
我下学
eyeball.
期开始上学。
全， 你，
Today's kind of sucked.
茶馆，
开茶馆，
Filled with lots of blocks. Need a lot of blocks. Missing blocks. This group has a lot of missing blocks. Mouth torch. The heck is that? So something 语言 Oh, 这种语言叫做中文 Oh, to be known.
叫做，
这种语言叫做中文。
Or to be called, to be known as, yeah. That sucks.
北方，
北方有很多大城市。
We already have foot. So this is something else. Is it heel? No. No. What the heck are you? A mouth with a foot? What do we go with this one? I don't remember what this is. Yeah, dang. I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Oh, maybe it's a wooden leg? Alright, sure.
请进，
请进来喝杯茶。
钱
I wasn't sure if I added money.
再见，
我要走了，再见。
小孩，
他的小孩在学校。
休学，
他因病一度休学。
Okay, sure.
场，
Did I place location? Yes, I did. I think I did it earlier today. No. Yes. No.
早已，
他早已打定主意。
Yeah, already is much more reliable. Long ago, but already long ago.
地图，
城市的地图。
You are the OG Ke, right? You are the OG Kermit the Frog. No, wait. Right?
课本，
把课本分发给同学们。
只好，
下雨了，我们只好回家。
老师，
你是老师吗？
Oh, today was it was a bit rocky today. We did block off a lot of things. No update. It's been over a month now. I hope Kevin and Bill are doing all right. Oof. Yeah, that's about average. About average. Okay. Let's do our... Where are we at? 400? We're getting close to exceeding, we're getting close now to exceeding to the territory where all the characters are going to be new, or more than half of the characters are going to be new, right where we left off. That's pretty quick. Maybe I should delay maybe I should delay the month before doing Duolingo Japanese again. I gotta think about it. Where am I on the characters in WaniKani? Because I could line them up as well. Line them up. Then it would just be a practice session after. I'll just have to check the numbers. Alright. Alright, so we have elbow pads. Elbow pad. Measuring cup. Some of these components are wild. Fillery. Oh. Okay. In In. Right? I guess we'll check later. It's fine. Just guess. Just go for it for now. Go for it. Yeah. You. Yeah. In. Bien. 香叶 爱水 爱水 外澳 Oops. Oh no, that's fine. 其他 Oops. 日航 晴天 有 澳 what do we have? 隐身 而去隐身而去 隐身 Okay. Okay, so let's double check these. Yoshi? What are you doing, Yoshi? I shouldn't write why. Yoshi. Outside of the infirmary. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yoshi outside the infirmary. No. Yes. No. Oh, yeah. He's hearing an alarm. This isn't one component thing. I was trying to break it down into two components. So he hears an alarm sound. Awful. Definitely could be better. So he hears an alarm sound and buries his head in the ground, but you can still hear the sound. Doctors had to come out to help him, or trying to help them, right? So the sound is piercing. Okay. So now we have Walter White, basement of the chapel. He's there are a lot of candle. There are a lot of members, cults. With lots of candlesticks lit. With sandals on them I guess they're just praying, they're worshipping towards Walter White as the cook savior. I don't know what the towards, how this ended up telling me what towards is. Oh, they all face towards Walter White as he make a proclamation or as he steps up to the podium, etc. Or leads the group. That's fine. It's good enough. We have Kermit once again outside electric plant. Measuring cup. Measuring cup and a grain stock. He's trying to work on the academic discipline of balancing a measuring cup on a grain stock. Now we have Yugi. Yugi, bathroom, house. And there's a moon. The moon is trying to educate him. But whenever he gets something wrong, he's getting slapped on the elbow. So that's why he wears elbow pads. Okay. Now we have Jimmy Neutron. Bathroom. Electricity plant. Inside the electricity plant, but not bathroom. Inside the electricity plant, and they have a funny ritual which involves having silver bamboo sticks with postage on them, where they burn as a festival, the electric gods, right? For God. Let's see. No, we have Yoshi once again. In front of the English Manor. Trying to place flowers or bamboo. Flowers? Bamboo? Wait. No. This is flowers. Flowers over the old pillories. Which is the English manners in England, of course. Right? Oh, right, pillory. Alright. Then we have Harry Poppers. Inside the electric plant. We have can and spray. So he pulls out a spray can. Do what? To cool down the generators that are overheating by creating a river out of using the magical spray can, or help the river or the channel to cool down the generators. That's good enough. Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Bathroom. That might not be it. Bathroom, pawn shop. What is he doing with Slender Man? Yes, it's bathroom. Slender Man is doing something with the sun. Oh, Slender Man took a sun out of his pocket. Right. For what reason? Something happened. And Bigfoot's hair got all over the ground. So then a walking broom came to sweep it up conveniently. But what were they doing with the sun? Cleaning up? Alright, you got me. This one I'm curious. From his to help illuminate things while Bigfoot was finishing the repairs. Let me see. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh boy. Here, welcome back to the fold. Hoang. Okay, so this is since from. That's a problem. Thorin, that is a double check. Conduct one so. This one's a non-issue. Happened to mess up. 不错。不过 it sounds great when不过 sounds great when you say it in a sentence, but however, that's a rote memory thing at this point. The mnemonic is not helpful. Not all gods. This one's fine. To obtain. Intimate. Ooh, intimate is tough. Oops. But it does explain itself. To know knowledge of self. Deep knowledge of self is intimate. That's probably not an issue. Oh, I jumped the gun on this one today. On Ting, Ting. Overcomplicated things. It's fine. This one's fine. 可是 oh wait, we got both of them together actually. 可是 is the other one, so I guess we can lump these together for help. 不过 and 可是 right, this is but and however. Okay. 可是不过 oh, all right. That's a problem. These two are related and they're not really a problem. I kind of jumped the gun on this one today as well. And they're related by their mnemonics. Eyeball. I typed true. I typed pure. I typed pure because it's related to this mnemonic. When you add the spray, which is pure. So, qing, qing, and jing, right? Qing, qing, two qings and one jing. And then we had qing as well today on the same set without context, without the sentences. All right. Well, that's a wrap for traditional Chinese today, right? In HanziHero. Gonna watch this later. 谢谢. For those who are only interested in traditional Chinese, HanziHero. 下次见. Right. See you next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, walk around, stretch my legs a little. Be back for Spanish. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día 18. It is day 18. Let's get right into it. Alright, so for our recall, let's pull up. Yesterday we got a lot more vocabulary than our average recently. Oh, and we can use this. No. Wait. Okay, so emotions. Emotions. Emocionado. Right. Sorprendido. Feliz. Mal. Enfermo. Enfermo. Preocupado. Aburrido. Aburrido. Contento. Any others? Emotions, and then or feel. Me siento. Te siento. And te sientos. Whoops. Oh, did I write siente? And sientes. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cuál? Was it this unit? It might not be this unit. ¿Por qué? As well. ¿Cuál might be last unit? Bebé. Papá. Mamá. I feel like I'm missing an emotion somewhere. So we have another way for happy, worried, bored, excited, surprised. Oh. Enojado. Angry. Sad. Triste. Now I think we have most of the emotions. Oh, were there locations? No. Really just focused on feelings. And then combining these with like, ¿cómo estás? Right. What about leaving? No. Yeah, that's a pretty good amount. No, let's get the... What was the evening stuff? We had 3 pods and 1 adventure. First pod was like a coffee discussion or something. A quiet cafe conversation. I have no idea who it was. Oh, this one turned out to be Lucy. What did they talk about? I honestly don't remember what the conversation was about. Maybe it'll come to me. What was the second one? Birthday from afar, which turned out to be Lily. Obviously, she wasn't very enthusiastic. I think the catch, her punchline was, "Gee, it's great that you included." Oh, I don't remember any of these. I was just skipping along. Do I remember any of these punchlines? Busy student. Busy student turned out to be Lynn, which that's the only one that checked out. They talk about being tired actually most of the time, and then being excited about classes and whatnot. And Lynn is only excited about chilling, right? Sleeping and resting. I don't know. These are kind of just bleeding together, but you kind of use your imagination. I think the more interactive ones end up sticking out a lot more, like the adventure. The adventure was about a diary. I think Falstaff things stick out way more. So you find a diary, right? You find a mysterious diary. A mysterious diary. So Eddie, there's a diary right around Eddie, and you're playing Junior. And Junior and Eddie's like, wow, it's a diary. It's like, I wonder who it is. And so the first thing they obviously do is read the diary. So they find a diary, right? Eddie and Junior. And you're playing the role of Junior. And they concluded that whoever's diary this is, they're very depressed. So they're unhappy. So they're very sad, actually. They didn't use triste. Triste was the one that so this person's very sad. So Junior goes around, so you're a Junior and you go around asking if you're sad or not. If you're so you ask like two other people if they're sad. You had the choice of Falstaff and Zadi, I think. And obviously either of them are not depressed, but apparently Falstaff said you should check behind his luggage, his suitcase. And well, out pops Lily, right? And Lily says she's very upset and whatnot. But when you handed back the diary, she's a bit better. Contento. Yeah, I don't remember any of this. Lynn just says, you know, Lynn always says like, something was sleeping. Like, I just want to be lazy. Lily could care less. It's like, well, thanks for including me, but it's not that exciting. And then Lucy, everything's about secrets. So there was something really weird. So most of the conversations on Lucy's thing, it's a little bit awkward. But the funny thing is, it's almost like they're making an inside joke. I feel like Lucy tends to be inside jokes. Where, by what I mean is, the conversation is really rigid, right? To begin with, because they're trying to limit the conversation to vocabulary. So they're like, oh yeah, I'm kind of tired. Are you tired? Yeah, I'm tired. Oh, I remember this now. I'm tired. It's like, have you had coffee yet? It's like, yes, I had coffee. And Lucy's like, well, must be some code for something, because it's a weird conversation. It's like, oh, you're tired. I'm tired. Did you have coffee? Yes, I have coffee. Do you want coffee? It is really robotic, but that's how you start, you know? Anyways, let's get into it. These ones are really chill. Duolingo sessions are very, very chill. Oh, actually, we can look at our coverage here. So there's the me siento, se siente, te sientes. Oh, un poco, otra vez. Yeah, and a veces. I forgot about that. Nunca and siempre. Ooh, I forgot about frequency. Yeah, so un poco, like degrees and time. Un poco, otra vez, a veces. Disfrutar, we finally got as a infinitive, and dormir as well. También as well. Jeez. So we forgot the really useful stuff. Oh, contigo and conmigo. Wow. Forgot all the functional stuff. That's fine. They are very ubiquitous, and hence probably why they didn't stick out. That's quite a few drops, actually. Say where people are from. Yeah, we kind of already did this, so I'm kind of curious. Maybe we have new locations, more locations. Oh, we're finally getting we, and possibly they, and ya, possibly. So nosotros no somos de Mexico. So now we're getting we. So tense shifts. I mean, like different pronouns now, different grouping. Nosotras no hablamos portugués. Yeah, that checks out. And then there's gender agreement. Nosotros versus nosotras. Los hombres son de Francia. Okay, so yeah. So now we have a people, a group, third person, plural, third person first, and then second person. Las mujeres. Oh, and then we have to change all the nouns as well. Las mujeres son de los Estados Unidos. Right? Nosotros somos de la ciudad. Ellos son los hombres de Nuevo York. Okay, so nosotras hablamos español. Remember that verbs change depending on person. They also change when there's more than one person. So now we are close to everything. We are close with everything now. So yo, tú, él, ella, usted, right? And then nosotros, nosotras, ellos, ellas, and ustedes. Right, so hablo, hablas, hablamos, and hablan. Yep. And to be or not to be, oh yeah, ser is irregular, so there should be a separate table. Right, soy, eres, es, somos, son. Neat. I was thinking it'd be the last unit, but now we got it. Okay.
Las mujeres.
Now we'll just have all the plural versions, right? Las mujeres. La familia tiene 5 mujeres. Cinco. Yellow. What?
Los
Los
hombres.
hombres.
Hombres, lo siento, no hablamos español.
Oops. Oh, so they want I'm sorry. Español. No hablamos.
Miguel y yo siempre estudiamos en la biblioteca.
Right? Combining a bunch of things? Wait. This unit is about where are people from? Okay, that's very loose.
A veces mi amigo.
A veces mi amigo y yo estudiamos los martes.
Nosotras somos hijas.
Nosotras somos hijas. Okay.
Nosotras
Sure.
no somos las jefas en esta oficina.
What?
Nosotras somos.
Somos. Nosotras somos
Las jefas
jefas
en
en.
esta
Oh, no.
Jefas.
No. Oh, yeah.
Oficina. No. Nosotras no somos las jefas en esta oficina.
Jefas is weird.
Nosotras no somos las jefas en esta oficina.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Nosotras somos mujeres.
Okay.
Nosotras no hablamos francés.
Okay, no. Su madre es de Francia, ¿no?
Nosotros somos hombres.
Right. Nosotros.
Nosotros nunca hablamos con Carlos.
Nosotros nunca hablamos con Carlos. Oh, that sucks.
A veces.
A veces mi amigo y yo estudiamos
los martes.
La familia tiene 5 mujeres.
Nosotros
Nosotros estudiamos
en la universidad.
Okay. Alright, we're fine. Still fine.
Las ciudades de Canadá.
Las ciudades de Canadá. Ciudades.
¿Dónde estudian Juan y María?
¿Dónde estudian Juan y María?
Las estudiantes hablan inglés.
Okay.
Este pueblo no tiene universidades.
Universidades.
Yo quiero trabajar en 2 universidades. Yo quiero trabajar
en 2 universidades.
Las mujeres.
Las mujeres estudian en las universidades de España.
Ellas son mujeres.
Okay. That's a little better than we are. Ellas son estudiantes de medicina en la universidad.
Estudiantes.
¿Cómo son las universidades de Francia? ¿Cómo son?
Something.
¿Cómo son las universidades de Francia? Las de Francia.
Okay, they just want to say. Wait.
¿Cómo son las universidades de Francia?
How are the... What are the... What? Okay. Oh, yeah. What are they like? Yeah, that's fair.
Ellas
Actually.
no estudian en mi universidad.
¿Por qué? ¿Dónde estudian?
Ellos son hombres.
Okay.
Ellos
Ellos estudian las ciudades de Europa.
Ellas no estudian con nosotras.
Rep. ¿Por qué? ¿Con quién estudian? Jorge and Sonia. Oh, oops. Jorge y Sonia no hablan portugués. Ellos a veces estudian en la mañana. Okay. Ellos hablan mucho en la clase de español. Okay. I'll pop it away. What do we got? Oh.
El jugador.
El jugador.
Quien tiene muchos negocios.
Muchos negocios. Okay, so now we're having plural agreements with mucho or adjectives. Rafael tiene un examen y necesita leer muchos libros.
Libros.
Okay.
David no es jugador de béisbol.
Okay. Jugador.
Juan, ¿tienes muchas preguntas?
Okay.
Ana, ¿tu familia tiene muchas mujeres?
Hello there, Esti. Ana, ¿tu familia tiene muchas mujeres?
Pedro y Juan, ¿de dónde son ustedes?
Okay.
Rebecca y Bruno,
It's going pretty well. Rebecca y Bruno, ¿ustedes hablan francés? Rebecca. Don't you dare leave that one.
Rebecca y Sonia son amigas en Facebook.
Oh my gosh, Facebook. Not sponsored, by the way. I don't actually know what Duolingo's relationship with Facebook. I don't imagine it's that astonishing. Considering their mission statement. Hashtag ad. Rebecca. Oh wait, I'm just translating. Okay.
¿Tu hermana tiene muchas amigas?
¿Tienes un carro? Sí, ella siempre está con ellas. Oh, that's kind of cute.
¿Por qué trabajas los fines de semana?
Rip.
Fines de semana.
So, fines de semana. So, weekends. Today we're being introduced to plurals of we and plurals, and then they and them and we and us kind of situation. So,
¿Ustedes siempre estudian los fines de semana?
and y'all, but formal y'all. ¿Ustedes siempre estudian los fines de semana? Yo sí. Miguel, no? Oh, me, yes, but not him.
Miguel y José son jugadores de fútbol.
Okay. What are you up to, SD? What have you been up to? Oops. I keep looking for different words. Keep looking for football. El señor
Señor García. Tiene
Muchos
amigos.
Been good. Locked in on French because your exam is in 3 months? Ooh. French. How's that going? 3 months out. That's a lot of time. Miguel y Pedro. Ustedes? Ustedes jugador de béisbol.
Miguel y Pedro. Ustedes.
Ustedes
son jugadores.
Jugadores. Oh, I forgot about jugadores. Jugadores de béisbol. Nosotros no
somos jugadores de fútbol.
Yep, you gotta take the B2 so that you can apply for French units in Europe. Oh, it's like the base requirement if you want to take courses in French unless they take English classes. Oh, okay. I had no idea. You had to take exams in order to take units. Interesting.
¿Cuántas mujeres?
Oh, we finally got cuantas. ¿Cuántas mujeres? ¿Cuántas mujeres? Oh, unis. Yeah, sorry. I said units, but unis. Yeah. That's what I meant. I was thinking of universities.
¿Cuántas
You
mujeres
have to
son de
take,
México?
like, because since I didn't leave from my principal language, right? We didn't take a language competence exams for stuff. Unless you're going to school purely in English, you have to pass a B2 minimum to go. Okay, or sometimes a C1. I see. Like if you do something science or medical related, yeah. I see. So here's a thought. So are there French science classes and English science classes? And if you wanted to take a French science class, you need to pass okay. All right. Gotcha.
¿Cuántas mujeres son de México? ¿Cuántas?
¿Cuántas mujeres
son
de México? Honestly, that would have been kind of fun if I was young. If I was at a younger age and still deciding on career, that'd be kind of interesting to take science class. Take science in Spanish, like just to see what it's like.
Hoy tengo clase en la universidad.
Now we're gonna do it parasocially, maybe sometime down the road. I'll probably use a lot of the target language to learn something in the process. That was kind of like the 3-year plan deal. Start reading things that I would normally read and work. Hoy tengo clase en la universidad. ¿Cuántas clases tienes?
¿Cuántos hombres?
Okay.
Mucho gusto, señoras.
Classic. But señoras, so now we have plural. Like tech classes and computer stuff is mostly in English, you think? Science is 50-50, same with medical schools. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I didn't there's definitely an exception for computer sciences. largely because of the origins of coding language. Although I did talk to one person a bit back. This person was learning Japanese as well and sent me an example of a Japanese programming manual, like for like some sort of electronics. Like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Ultimately, right, it's like it leans towards English for the most part in terms of computer science. And sure enough, there's no shortage of computer scientists in the future. I think it's the most saturated career prospect. For better or for worse, honestly. For everyone, for every 10 academic you took computer science, yeah, for every academic, right, I'm gonna use a loose categorization. For every academic, I would say more than 70% are computer science, CS academics. How does that? That's both astonishing, astonishing, and at the same time, fairly disappointing, and also somewhat concerning. The enrichment of what constitutes as academics. Obviously, you're not seeing people jumping at the gun to be something other than a computer scientist, and we're talking about like the other disciplines, of course, like biological sciences and medical sciences. It's incredibly disproportionate. But the reason why I'm a little bit concerned is largely much like many things, and even more so for technology, the computer sciences, education is tenuous for the computer sciences, largely because the pace of technology moves a lot faster than biology and other disciplines. So whenever you're thinking about going into computer sciences for like job security and or future prospects, the odds are going to be statistically lower than any other disciplines in the sciences, largely due to the natural pace of technology. So when you're in formal education, oftentimes you're gonna have this consistent treading feeling of being needing to diversify in order to be competitive in computer sciences compared to like biological sciences or becoming a physician, school of medicine and whatnot. So you're treading in place for the most part. You're one is hoping. Here's the hope for those who are going to be successful, at least highly statistically likely to be successful. They learn this lesson, in my opinion, far earlier and adopt that mindset immediately to constantly diversify as you're going. You're extracting your problem solving skills and your human oversight in order to make yourself more diversified as you're going in your computer sciences. In biology, for example, that has a longer leeway because biology does not matriculate and maturate that quickly. Although technology from computer sciences is making it more rapid. So by the time I got to like a specific area, it's like a 5-year period. But when we're talking about computer sciences, it's like a 1-year period. Like in 1 year's time, it might not look the same anymore. So you're constantly feeling like you're going to be pressured and pushed to diversify over and over again. So I'm not sure how manageable that is from an academic perspective, but those who are truly intellectually academics will be able to succeed. However, now what happens to the majority of the oversaturation? Well, the bottom line is going to get cut really, really high because of the high saturation of applicants. It's kind of like it feels end up being like a content creator standpoint, like a successful content creator standpoint. Content creators, since there is a rapid trend set, right? I would say content creators are even more low success due to its standardization is based on trends, and trends fluctuate 4 or 5 times a year. Technology in computer sciences maybe 1 to 2 years. So you're switching your outlook every 1 or 2 years. In biology, it's like 5 or 6 years, maybe even a decade. So when you're thinking about these things as you're planning, I'm like, whew. It's like, imagine content creators, right? It's oversaturated because it's not standardized, it's not consistent, and it's incredibly trend setting. So everyone is constantly diversifying. In order to be successful, you have to constantly diversify because the whole place is oversaturated. You're constantly diversifying and being comprehensive. What is the most pinnacle of content creation? They cover all the foundations of trends eventually. They expand so large that they cover the entire spectrum so that they can be untouchable. And computer science has a little bit of a step down to that. Now when someone graduates, it's like, oh, I just wanted to operate in, I don't know, choose your favorite closed proprietary system. No, if you're not graduating thinking you're going to learn 6 or 7 different languages and all of them might become irrelevant in another 2 years, welcome to the world of choosing a career that is oversaturated, and it moves at a faster pace than even a human's acquisition and mastery of a language. So it'll be interesting to see how that moves in the future, right? Like I still see, I'm not even a computer science major or anything like that, but I still see people saying like, yeah, I'm gonna practice all my time working in C++, and I'm like, do you cover like Python and Java? Because you have to diversify. They're like all of the foundations, all that noise, you have to negotiate most of that. And then all the platforms, you don't know which platform is going to end up dominating because of trending, and then how you can pivot between platforms. I do see a few people out there that talks about these things now because it's very relevant to the future generation. In your experience, people see it as a way to secure their future financially speaking? Yikes. That's a big yikes. I didn't read your comment before I talked about a little bit of financial. But like you said, it's so saturated now, people are struggling to find jobs now. Yeah. It's kind of like when content creation took off, right? No baseline, high trend, incredibly high turnover and maturation. So once that oversaturation and need for diversification, those who are successful are untouchable. But those who enter a saturated field have to diversify to a point where they sacrifice their financial livelihood already and would not be able to recover from that future financial recovery. In a really weird situation, if you go way back, like even before like sciences a little bit, you have the medical field. The medical field, like pharmacology and stuff, was very, very popular as well. But since pharmacology doesn't move that much as quickly, oversaturation still created that little pocket of struggling to find jobs and whatnot. Teaching was another thing even before that. Lots and lots of teachers. It's weird to say that now because no one wants to, like, it almost feels like to find someone who wants to be a teacher is like finding a unicorn at this point. But there was a time when teaching and being a professor and whatnot were like high accolades. It was one of the prestigious positions, and people say, well, I learn things, so if I learn things I can be good at teaching them. And that used to be oversaturated as well. Weird now, the time we live in. But I do see computer sciences as the second coming of content creation. Like, but not necessarily bigger than content creation, because professionals also turn to content creation as well. So if there's anything that computer science will probably mirror in the next 4 or 5 years, it's probably the financial constraints, the financial upfront investment required, the maturation time in order to be competitively diversified in science, computer sciences, to be competitive. So now we're talking about upfront things. So when you say you're going into a computer science discipline, it's going to take you, I don't know, say 3 or 4 years. You have a 3 or 4 year plan. You have to finance for that education. And then when you enter the employment force, like employment opportunities, you also need to finance an upfront hit to your finance before your career takes off, right? If you survive that, then likely your career will take off. There's no guarantee until after you reach maturation. From post-education period, I mean, you might be thinking, well, other careers, what are other careers before that? Science was before this. And during my time, you could seeably have thought, okay, I'm starting my career down being a scientist, an academic scientist. And in 5 years' time, or maybe even in 9 years' time, when you get your PhD, that science will still be in the green, as in there's demand for it, maybe no geopolitics involved and whatnot, but that didn't turn out to be the case. That definitely did not turn out to be the case. And that is for science, like for biology. Biology moves so much slowly. So funny enough, that's also a case for gambling as well. Your future might be secured because there's a chance it will be, like, but it's more of a lottery system at this point. Like, hopefully the ones that are most consistently successful are the ones who end up diversifying enough that they will have a relevant computer science skill set that happens to be in the right place at the right time, right? It's one of those situations now, like, oh, sorry, like, you're really qualified for this job, but it's already taken. So it will no longer be who does the best job, is who was there when it's available, when it's needed, because most people are going to be replaceable. Crazy. And then it'll go around in circles again, right? Like, demand drives the future and whatnot. I'm kind of curious when around the world, when the demand for having teachers again comes back around. It's probably not in my lifetime. I don't see human teachers uptrending anytime soon. But it is interesting. And it's a little bit unfortunate, but I think if I were to take a gamble on future financial security, it would not be computer science. However, if you have enough money and you budget and you take on loans and respectfully, you know, like safely manage your finances and extend loans and accreditation, you might get through that period. It's kind of like being a doctor, right? If you fail out of medical school, or you don't make it to the end of medical school, well, you're settled with all that debt because it requires a maturation time. I'm curious, how long does it take? My feelings as I feel around regarding computer science careers, I think I would say your formal education is complete. You get like your first certification, and then you spend the next 4 or 5 years diversifying, taking whatever internships you can find, diversify your skills until to the point where you have enough diversification in your skill set in order to land an opportunistic opening. And that's what it felt like after graduating with PhD in science, in biology. Now, when you graduate with a PhD in biology and you want to stay in academia, you're basically at the mercy of whatever is open. And that's a different situation because the demand wasn't any higher either. Funding was actually lower. Funding kept dropping for scientific research. So less and less places can support academic science, pursuit of academic science. So it became more competitive when all of my generation of quote unquote scientists maturated and the demand was actually lower. Or not necessarily the demand as in wanting science. The demand actually went up, but the resources went down, right? The resources. So what happened is you compete for that. And ultimately, it means you are going to have to be more opportunistic or better than other people. And sometimes it's not the best that gets hired. It's the most convenient and lucky that gets hired. And it's kind of unfortunate, but that's... I see computer science as the next wave of what happened to scientific pursuits in general. Surprisingly, you've been seeing trade jobs come back. Ooh, nice. And lots of people, at least in the spaces you frequent, as well as some stuff you've read talk about how more people are becoming electricians, plumbers, and welders again. Yes, trade jobs. It's unbelievable how much, when it comes to financial, like, you can still work towards computer science, right? Your dream career, the thing you want. But I can't tell you how many people are sustaining financially by starting on building a side trade job, like a side trade, even a side hustle. Almost though the vast majority of side hustles and pivots are supplementing the deficiency in trade jobs, largely because of the explosion of convenience, of the lack, basically the lack of people with trade skills. So nowadays, the ones who like are getting older and they're like, I'm done, you know, I want to pivot or do some side hustling, they end up building a trade like manufacturing, 3D printing, making knickknacks, right? Like convenient store shelves, furniture, like a DIY, but then expand into an automation process that's personally owned. So businesses, self-made businesses based on singular niche trades, like sponges, like making sponges, making soap. Like there are so many trade jobs now that are so void of people that those who know how to have, those who have a budding trade, they often use that as a side hustle to sustain for things like computer science. And I wouldn't be surprised in the future that the explosion of side hustles are probably most computer scientists, like kids, you know, like young adults, like, oh yeah, I'm working, but I have a side hustle. It's a trade job. And then sometimes I'm working full time, but I'm also studying towards computer science because you can't, the demand, you keep holding on for the opportunity for that job opportunity, but trade jobs pay a lot. Here's a crazy trade job that is fantastic, and the trade isn't even like not even a trade job, service jobs as well. Sorry, this is more of a service job, like dog walking. Heck, man, I would believe it if there's a service job where you're just hired to keep someone company. I know how that sounds, but in a different way, right? Like service jobs are on the decline. There's a high requirement, like a high demand for service jobs. Like, I know how that sounded. That came out a little bit weird. But what I'm talking about is like a personal trainer, for example, or a fellow nutritionist, or service jobs. And no one wants to do service jobs anymore. So that's kind of the weird supply and demand that you see. Like dog walkers, ooh wee. Makes me kind of want to think I want to be a dog walker. In terms of language learning, right? The boon, there's a boon for people teaching different languages. There are plenty of platforms that allow one to get a lot of those service jobs. So yeah, electricians, plumbing is wild. Lots of plumbing. Crafts, fine craft stuff. I think perishable services, things that are perishable or they're replaced very often, like for example bathroom cleaning, like personal bathroom like servicing, lawns, washing, like washing, maintenance, those things, they turn over so much. If you're talking about financial security, that is far more than what you're probably going to try to make in the first 5 years post formal education as a computer science person. So you're going to need a side hustle, a side trade for sure. These are jobs that will consistently need people, too. They're not going to go away. If you're young and you can put in some elbow grease and know how to juggle your clientele, these are jobs that they won't ever go away. It's always a demand, right? Like for example, even in the tight economy and things going down and like the tech stock slumps and stuff, what goes up? Grocery stores. Weirdly enough. At least there are a couple stories in the United States. Grocery stores, like excellent grocery stores. And who operates those? Actually, those grocery stores, one of the key to their success was the employment phase. Like their groundwork and stuff on how to keep their mission on retaining excellent workers. So, we'll see. It's pretty cool though. Like it's pretty cool to see how all this is going on. In some way, honestly, hear me out. This might be more of like I'm taking it for granted and something, and I'm fairly privileged, but I wouldn't mind being a barista. Like there was a time when people think, oh, you're working at a Starbucks, right? You're working at a Starbucks. That means that, oh, you're struggling in your education, right? Or you're struggling for your finances. But honestly, I'll give you a comparison. You don't, as a person, like someone who has a PhD, right? Like someone who's well educated in biology, they don't see anywhere as near someone who basically opens a pizza shop and makes one pizza very, very well in a neighborhood. No contest. Like occasionally I would hear people talk about how much money they make and whatnot. I don't think I've ever earned more than like 30K net in a year of my entire life. Like when someone's saying like they earn they earn like $35 an hour, I'm like, that's probably a better wage than I've ever earned in my entire life. So education it's weird like that. It's weird like that. I can't even imagine what teachers make these days, actually. I wonder how what the life cycle of a computer science major will be like in another 2 or 3 years. Yeah, depending on what you do, if you do it well and you get people coming to you, can make lots of money, even if it seems like something that isn't very lucrative. Yeah. I think niche trades are so great right now. Find a niche trade, cut some hair. If you really specialize in some sort of hair thing, like cutting hair, that's fantastic. I think one of the stopgaps on a lot of these things is probably the upfront investment costs, right? You need a location. It has to be a working location, right? Upfront investment. But it's, in my opinion, it's still less of a gamble than saying, I'm gonna go into a field and in 3 or 4 years, I will have the experience to be experienced in that thing 3 or 4 years from now, which will not be that thing anymore. It is so unpredictable that the 3 or 4 years of investing, you think that one thing you worked on from the start is going to exist in that form 4 years later. Crazy. You follow a guy on Twitch who talks about making lots of money and he's a barber? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yes. Cutting hair. Yes. Especially since haircuts cost an arm and a leg nowadays. Yeah. I'm gonna say something a little bit stereotypical. So this is a generalization. It's not all or none. But what I see in the computer sciences and the lack of demand on trades is what made, in my opinion, Chinese immigrants successful in the United States. Because they were efficient and pragmatic on seeing where the demand is, and they followed where the demands are. Not like the demands in the here and now, and project the demands properly in that way, not wishful thinking and not seeing the sight of constant changing or the lack of demands, really. So being one step ahead is how you, right? Being one step ahead but not looking too far in the future consistently gets you financial security, or allows you to build financial security. But taking a long gamble, one is financially secured before taking that long gamble. So when I was going to the PhD route and stuff, I was already ready to know that I would have to work during that whole time. And that's what I did. I worked that whole time. But the nice thing about the track was I was allowed to work that whole time. So that's nice. Agreed. You're generalizing here a bit too, but people follow trends that see work for everyone else and they never diversify or think outside the box to ensure their financials. Yep. Yep. These are I wanted to like talk about slightly positive things, right, that I see often. Heartwarming examples would be like immigrant families. They often work and study, so they plan a long-term plan, but they're constantly developing something that promotes their financial security in the meantime. So when something falls out, you have a plan B. I think a large majority of what the internet culture, the internet generation has cultivated is more of banking everything on an ideal case without any diversification of their skill set. So like, someone says, I want to make video games. All right. But would you consider building a website? Right? Like, it's not the most glamorous things, but you have to build where the consistent demands are. For every video game you build, right, in your lifetime, perhaps, you're probably going to build millions of websites. Because there's far more turnover and demands on web hosting than it is for video games. You can still go for the video games. There's ways to continuously cultivate stuff, but even within a field, you gotta follow where the demands are. while chasing a trend. And I don't think that's something that people compromise on anymore, especially anyone who's in their 20s nowadays. It's like, I want to do this and only this. I'm like, okay, great. That's like 5 or 6 years from now. What are you doing in the meantime that will help you continue to pursue that? Because as far as I checked, it's still about the 1% that would be able to do whatever they want without ever having to worry about the current situation. I've been watching a lot of like finance things. It's almost tax season and you get inundated with like finance algorithm stuff. So I've been watching like interviews of people talking about their decision making with finances, and my thought was, man, I'm from the United States, so let's just say the average financial situation for people in the United States, for American citizens, are very uninformed. I don't necessarily think they are, the people that I've seen are like stupid. Like what I mean is slow or any form. Nothing's preventing it. They're largely, it's more on the lines of uneducated, right? Or ignorant. And that you can be a brilliant scientist and still be uneducated with economics and financial security. So one can be an incredibly successful person pulling in like $10 million and still go bankrupt in the United States. So it's interesting. Very interesting. The craziest side hustle that I can, or the really funny, like fun example of a side hustle I can think of is someone sold, so they bought one 3D printer, right? They bought one 3D printer and all they did was create a different sizes of medicine bottles. And then when they paid off, right? When they paid off, they sold it at like $1 a bottle, right? They negotiated and then the overhead was like 20% or 30% per each bottle sold. And the moment they were able to pay off their first investment, which was their 3D printer, they bought a second one. And then at some point, they decide to add little flavors that made their bottle stick out. So then they charged a slight premium. And immediately, you know, 3 or 6 months later, they're printing out like on-demand bottle shapes to order at a premium. And that's kind of a great example of... And meanwhile, this person is not like spending his life becoming a professional bottle printer or something. So financing this person's career, whatever they want to go after. Oh yeah, speaking of taxes, that's another good job. Yeah, doing taxes, people don't want to do taxes. That's a great service job. Your mom started as a tax preparer. You don't need a degree for that, just some sort of training, and now she owns 2 tax businesses that make her good money. Yeah, exactly. It's not glamorous, but boy howdy, if you're talking about financial security, you do things that people don't want to do. Like, strictly speaking, obviously, while you're funding your dreams and your goals and things you want to do, I think thinking that you'll be lucky that you are the one that gets to have a dream job. It's called a dream job for a reason, right? That means you have to be lucky and talented and all of that. But that doesn't stop you from... I have a example. Someone likes braiding. So they like braiding things. So all they did was they bought a bunch of string. They didn't even make the string. They bought all the bunch of string. And then when they braid the string and to sell it, it appreciated because there was a human touch to it. So a $1 string suddenly became a $10 string. So when you buy wholesale strings for like 100 strings for like 10 cents each, and you sell them back for $2 each, think about like the turnover is absurd. Like how much you exchange on the side, right? Like the conversion. So whenever you have a craft that you convert resources to something else, or do a thing that no one likes to do, a labor that no one likes to do, that's people will pay for that because they're making money. Your customers are making money based on maybe the career that you're eventually going to get, but that money comes to you if you're able to supplant that. Like easy making coffee and serving coffee in a place where maybe it's like at least, I don't know, 4 or 5 mile radius away from a Starbucks. It'll work. It will come for coffee. You just undercut Starbucks. Anyways, this sounds like a lot of hot takes. Obviously, also these things take time as well, but they have far less startup and uncertainty than a computer science career. In the meantime, taxpayer, man, tax prep. Make me want to be a. Isn't there a formal name for a tax preparer? I feel like there's a fancy name for that. Of finance manager. I don't know. Anyways, good chat, and I'm happy to hear that your mother is doing very well with her business. My parents operated Chinese restaurants, so you know, here's a little deep cut. I've gotten many comments a lot of times when people find out that, or when I share my parents used to run Americanized Chinese restaurants, and they would say things like, oh yeah, but that stuff is unhealthy, or like it's fake, or and all that. And meanwhile, I'm like, but you don't understand how businesses work. In order to meet all those and the ends, they balance what is supplied and the quality that meets the customer's demands. So you, the internet, or the person who's spoiled and privileged, may understand that, oh yeah, sure, this doesn't meet your quality, but you're not coming from the lens of understanding what the demand is. There's a reason why McDonald's continue to be McDonald's and Burger King continues to be Burger King, and you know, Subway and stuff. They're businesses. They understand how to manage their finances and the demands of the people. So when people kind of generalize like, oh yeah, but this place have so much better this place, and I'm like, you gotta step back and look at the context. What is your supplies? What is your demands? What's your distribution? Crazy. And too many, it goes without saying, I think conservatively, I'm sure not a lot of people would disagree with me on this, too many computer science majors and very, very few truly diversified computer science majors will hit the market. So your next career, your likely career in computer science will start with a very marginalized position because you do not hold any competitive edge over the oversaturated market. If you come out saying like, oh yeah, I programmed a lot in C++, I'm just a C++ wizard, right? Well, the odds of a C++ position, a C++ only position to show up in the market is probably going to be very, very rare. If it does happen, consider yourself lucky. But if it doesn't, I'd probably suggest, I don't know, picking up Java and Python and anything else that's popular. It took you for 2 years before you changed to criminal justice administration. You got your degree in that now. You're going back to school. But in Europe, because it's cheaper and always wanted to go for another degree. You're working on diversifying your skill sets though. Yeah, nice, nice. Criminal justice administration. I understand those words, but I don't necessarily understand those words put together. Does that have, is that anywhere in the realm of like paralegal work and whatnot? I feel like paralegal work is always in demand. Don't quote me on that though.
Señoras Herrera y López, ¿ustedes son de México?
Señora, what? Which one?
Señoras Herrera y López, ¿ustedes son de México?
Señoras.
Señoras Herrera y López, ¿ustedes son de México?
Why are you so good at rolling? Oh.
López. Señoras Herrera y López.
Oh.
¿Ustedes son de México? De México.
Jeez. I'm not gonna try to do. It's like corrections officer. Oh, paralegal stuff. Yeah, law enforcement training. I see. Señora Herrera. Oh my gosh.
Señoras Herrera y López, ¿ustedes son de México?
That sounds so weird. It sounds like the S is bleeding into the Herrera.
Señoras Herrera y López, ¿ustedes son de México?
Alright, we're moving on.
¿Las señoras hablan inglés o español?
Las señoras hablan inglés o español? I was looking for someone named Serera or something. I'm like, what's going on?
No necesito vacaciones.
Vacaciones. No necesito vacaciones. In colloquial speech, there's sometimes isn't a space between words. I agree. Yes. And everything can be pronounced yeah. And that's when I skip those words and hope the rest of the sentences help me out, you know? That's the goal, you know? I think one of the things that is kind of a hit or miss, right? Articulation, right? You kind of get used to it because you heard it so often, and that's kind of what happens with colloquialism. It gets jammed together, and I don't think there's a single language in like natural language on this planet that doesn't have the colloquial running at some point. It's such a stable and consistent human condition to say something so often that eventually it just runs together, right? I mean, the English is filled with now words, but they were not words before, like wanna, gonna, have to, yeah, yo. Well, I mean, bruh sounds like brother run together, honestly. Like, I know it's not that way, but it might as well be brother running together. Colloquial contractions. And it just makes their way into common speech. Yep. Oh, it's a huge thing in French too. I can imagine. No necesito vacaciones. I actually said that once to people when I was younger and naive. I felt like I was naive when I was a Superman. I could do everything non-stop, operate on like 4 hours of sleep. Who needs vacations? Overrated. Oh, wait. Vacaciones. Oh yeah, vacaciones is always vacaciones. Right? Yeah, now we got these weird ones.
Vacaciones.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Duolingo telling you right now, congratulations! Here's your first word that ends with S, but it is both plural and singular. Hooray for language.
Ellos hablan con unos amigos.
Ellos hablan con... Yep. You know, I forgot this part. I totally forgot this part about the yeah, it does the deer situation. Oh dearie me. It's like 1 deer, 2 deer, 3 deers. No, I'm just kidding. No 3 deers. Ellos hablan con unos amigos. I'm still waiting for gerunds. We're still waiting for gerunds. We've been typing gerunds here and there. Oh no. I'm thinking of like present progressive, past participle. I don't remember what future perfect is like. There's lots to look forward to. Not that people speak with those tenses, like, you know, it's more like if you're reading a book or something, or reading newspapers or articles, that you encounter these tenses. So like, most people don't like, oh, I'm gonna make sure that my present participle and future perfect statements or like stuff like that. Fun fact, French doesn't have gerunds. Ooh, that's a fun fact. I wonder what happened there. Did the French just say like, nah, forget it. Forget about progressives. I mean, you could always learn Mandarin with me, SD. There's no conjugation. You can always that's a poor plug for Mandarin. I feel like that's a very subversive plug. There's not even conjugation in Chinese. You don't have to conjugate. No tense. They are with oops. They are talking with friends. Wait. They talk. Speaking. Oh my. Talking. You do plan on it, Kappa? They are speaking with some friends. Where's some? Oh, okay. Don't forget my helping verb. At least there's no need. Oh no, see, this is what I mean by gerunds. I'm waiting for gerunds. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I was just about to say, at least Spanish doesn't need helping verbs. I'm like, no, yeah, they do. It's just this is an interpretation, because ellos están hablando con unos amigos would be the gerund phrase. So, but they're interpreting ahead of schedule, which is what Duo does sometimes. They take liberties I'm like, where's the helping verb in this? It's like Spanish uses helping verbs, or quote unquote helping verbs. To be.
Necesito unos bolígrafos.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Sorry. ¿Cuántos necesitas?
Yo tengo unas amigas de Francia.
Okay. Oh, man. Sorry, French in France. Here's an important example. Eating is important. In French... Oh, okay. It just says eat is important, huh? To eat is important. And then comiendo. Comiendo is, yeah, is importante. Yeah. So that's still to eat, the infinitives. So they use infinitives instead of gerunding it. I see. Yeah. Yep, they opt for the infinitive over the gerund. It confuses you. Here's the Chinese. Chinese would go you just plug important next to eat. Yeah. And then how do you say eating, ate, or will eat is just eat important the whole time. And the only thing that you have to modify the eat important is the time. So before eat important, you specify the time. Yesterday, I ate something that's important or something like that, right? Like, or tomorrow I will eat something, but it's still eat and important. But there's no like, you don't say anything else. It's still you use the same two words over and over again. Straight to the point. Yep. It's like I happy, right? I happy. Well, today I am happy. Tomorrow I could be happy or something, but you still use I in happy. There's no like change, like am, is, or will be. Nah. It's just one word. It does make all the sentences sound similar though. So, while it's really efficient, right? You know what happened? You know, the trade-off is if it's efficient, that means that everything's going to sound very similar. And one of the things that people may not like about Chinese is that it is one of the languages that have the highest number of homophones or homonyms, right? Like homonym sounds. So when you might say I'm going to bed, you might accidentally say you're going to jump off a bridge or something. No, I'm just kidding. There's no that's, or like you want to take care of your cat, but you accidentally said I'm going to the ambulance or something like that. So that's what happens, right? That's the trade-off. If you want to say more and you have more things to clarify, then you can make sure you don't get them confused. So at least comiendo es importante. You can't get it confused with, oh, the other forms of eat is important, you know, or something like that. It's a balance. The more efficient something becomes, you end up getting bruh. Like that's what you end up getting. Kids are already doing that. Kids are already doing the Chinese way. You say bruh in 4 different tones and you're good to go. They mean a lot of things, but also they're very efficient, but they're also very, very confusing, right? When someone just types bruh, it's like, what do you mean, bruh? Is it bruh or Bruh? Like, what do you mean? Like, you need to clarify. Everything sounds like bruh. I think learning different languages, that's the joy of making these comments. It's funny and relatable to people who are interested in learning different languages, because you can laugh about it. Like, oh yeah, well, you know what? When I want to talk about gerunds and I don't want to sound confusing, I'm just gonna switch to Spanish mid sentence for the kicks and giggles. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. I love laughing about languages. If you can't laugh and have fun and talk about languages with a smile, I'm not entirely sure if language learning is for you, right? These are not complaints about the languages, but more of a celebration. Like French decided not to have gerunds. That's pretty funny, actually. I think that's pretty cool. Spanish and gender, right? That's cool though. French has lots of homonyms too, and some learners find them difficult to get down. I can imagine. Now, homonyms are definitely in existence for all languages. Lots of words sound the same but are spelled differently. I know, right? I mean, lots of French words are spelled, but they're not sounded. Like, I mean, like, you can make up new words all you want. Just put in all the silence ones. Like, hear me out. This is not how French people name their children, but all I can think about, like the American anecdote, like, oh man, I want my child to have an edgy name. Okay, so let's go to French, and where can we substitute extra silent letters and also replace another letter with sets of letters that sound the same as that one letter? There we go. And then we have something like, I'm not good at doing these things because I don't study French, but like, I don't know, it would be like something like this with and then it's a silent L in the middle and a silent E at the end or something, and this guy's name is Philip. Oh no, wait, we could even do like, these are not real rules. I'm just making stuff up because I don't understand linguistics as well, right? But maybe like this is a silent E because it's like the difference. No, and then we can add an O in the front, right? An O or something. Oh no, I think it's the O. So you just add an O in front. It's like, oh yeah, that's a silent O. That's a silent O. That I don't know. Like an example like that when someone learns enough French. Like, oh, it was just gonna throw in a few things. Like, yeah, that's an edgy name that everyone in your entire life is gonna continue to mispronounce, largely because your parents had some edgy requirement. I mean, what is a Chinese version of that? Well, a Chinese version of that would be something like this. What is that? Like, how are you gonna pronounce that? Like, there's so many ways to pronounce this. But what are you gonna choose? For me, for my knowledge base, you have a 15% chance of getting this right. You have a 15% chance of getting this right from me, because I know six or seven ways to pronounce this name. So when you know, write it down, it's like, oh, okay, well, all right. They all sound like Monje. Oh boy. Well, good luck with that. All of them? I see. I don't know if you were here ever when I'm doing like HanziHero, but the one that I have problems with, or the one that comes up way too much is K. And the mnemonic for this is Kermit the Frog and in the electricity plant. And every time these two letters come up, I'm like, oh no, here we go again. So which one are we talking about? So as far as I know, for me, there are 3 K. And there are 2 K. And there are 2 K. 3 K. I'm missing one. Oh, and then there are 4 K. And the ones that I'm getting mixed up on is all the K's, but it's funny. Like, all right, sure. As a standalone, the nice thing is though, one nice silver lining is oftentimes words come with 2 characters, so that's fine, I guess. But their meaning is retained within those. So when you say K, you have to read it. And just like the French thing, right? Like for you, the French thing, you have to see the word. Otherwise, writing K doesn't help. Like on screen, to illustrate the point, it looks nuts because it looks nuts until you find out that like one K looks like this, and then another K looks like this, right? Or no, not this one. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Another K looks like this. So then you're like, oh, okay, they're different things. So much like your French example, where if you see the word, you're like, oh, okay, now I know which one it is, even though they sound the same. You're fine. We're fine. Just learn the language. Man, I'm having relationship drama for the first time in a while now. Wait, what do you mean you're having relationship drama? Are you okay? For the first time? Are you okay? Is everything alright? Estoy muy cansada. Feel free though, SD. Definitely feel free to pick up Mandarin if you so wish. Gecko, someone else who's also learning French, my Belgium representative, Gecko is learning French, and yeah, I don't know, maybe my mind might change about French. I might. I actually do have French family friends, like multiple French family friends, so maybe pick up a couple phrases, like have things I can use. Join the dark side, join us. Oh yeah, and you want to for sure. You're just juggling languages at the moment. Yeah, me too. I think hot take. This is gonna be a hot take. It's great to be skilled at various languages, but again, diversification, right? I like being someone who there's something I'm good at within a big category, but I also like to dabble in all the things to remind myself that there are things you can enjoy without having to master them. And then there are things you can be good at and you focus on. But at the same time, while you're focusing on honing in and focusing on very specific things, you can still enjoy the other things. You never know how you're going to connect and pick up those things, right? Like removing its diminished return. You're able to sacrifice a tiny amount of time, like a disproportionately smaller amount of time for your specialty to enjoy a collage of diversification. So I could still see myself learning and dabbling in other languages while still continuing to focus on juggling the main ones that I would use all the time. So for sure, I'll spend an hour butchering French for people's entertainment. If that's not entertainment for other people, I certainly would entertain myself by how poorly I can be out of my element. It's very humbling experience too. Like I didn't even make an attempt to read your French words, but you provided the sound for me, thankfully. You'll learn it fast too because English gets a lot of vocabulary from French. I know, right? I already use quite a lot of those vocabulary. Every time I tell myself when I'm trying to be like pompous, or when someone asks me something and like maybe I want to deliberately sound esoteric, I immediately say things and I'm like, those are probably French words. You know, just nonchalantly throw out a few French words. You feel me? Get in a bit of that risky business with double entendres and, you know, finesse a few words in there. I was trying to pigeonhole debonair somehow. Is debonair French origin? Let me see. Debonair. I don't even know how to spell debonair. That's how you spell debonair? Yep, that's French. Who would have thought? Debonair. I'm like, that sounds French. It's old French. I'm like, just the way it's spelled, I'm like, that can't be anything other than French. Your girlfriend is on her master's right now, right? About to finish next year? Yes, so I've heard. It's not going well. Okay, but you try to encourage her and ensure that she be fine no matter what, because she still has a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering to lean on anyways. Did you actually use those words? Okay, anyways. However, she refuses to apply for jobs, claiming she doesn't know enough and needs to study more. Now she's looking at a second similar bachelor's in chemistry to kind of delay the problem. Like, what? I want to encourage her, but I hate to say it, but you're worried about the loan. You know, it's incredibly coincidental that SD and I started today's digression with learning how to diversify for financial security. And we started with computer science majors about the oversaturation and not considering contingency plans and how to focus and negotiate diversification while pursuing a specific career. And I don't know enough about chemical engineering. I do know a bit about chemistry, but I'm not sure about demands overseas or wherever she's studying right now. I think applying for something now is very pragmatic. I would say it might even affect her be able to provide some experience to gauge her current situation. But dang, that's a tough one. I'm not sure in what way you're communicating this information, but I don't know if you heard what I heard, but say Sub-Zero. Imagine if you said you failed a project. Like you told me you failed a project, right? Or you're failing a project. And I would try to encourage you by focusing on the plan B or the fallout of that. I think that can come off as, oh, don't worry about it. I know you're not that good, but at least you're good enough. It is kind of what I read there. I'm not sure how you were encouraging her, but probably the only thing I can kind of feel there is there might be a lower success when you're focusing on, I'm not aware, no worries, I'm not wording it this way. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's a tough decision. But yeah, I say you have a very reasonable thing. But here's one thing that I would probably say as someone who's not professional, right? Non-professional, just some candor. Facts. Where are the facts? And what I mean by that is, I think oftentimes in a situation when people are unaware, you or her, right, are unaware where someone's aptitudes are, observing what has already happened, what is true, can provide a basis for convincing someone to negotiate drama. This happens in the office area all the time, like in colleagues or group projects. Lean on observational facts. So like, for example, you did present the idea that she does have a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering. So provide a job that negotiates that any person that has a bachelor's in chemical engineering can be hired for that job. Right? So that would be a facts, as opposed to suggesting probabilities. And then it may alleviate the doubt in, oh, she's not ready, she's not trained enough. And then there are probably jobs in which the degree is a starting point, but you'll still be on the job training in order to do whatever. In my opinion, most jobs, when you're going out to get your first job, yeah, I've tried, but you feel like you come off as mansplaining if you do. That is a tricky one. That is a tricky one. However, yeah, see, I don't know you or your girlfriend, how your dynamics are, but spending the time and finding jobs that she fulfills requirements for, that's like being part of the process. To me, like what I mean is, I have a friend who just don't believe they have the capacity to do any work whatsoever. Well, the first thing I would do is I would do what he would typically do to find jobs that he's qualified for. But then I would show them, like, hey, you know, I wanted to let you know that it took me 3 hours to do this. I looked through whatever I know about you, and I come to know you very well now. And I do feel, if you look at these jobs, I was able to find something, and I think these guys will likely hire you. And I know you probably say you're not ready, maybe you're not, but according to their fulfillment, it seems like you have it. And they said if you have problems, they will help you train you on the job. So even at the worst case scenario, if I was able to find jobs listings that match what I think I know you can do so much more than this, right? That's probably what I've actually done this before, where I'm picturing talking to this person. I've talked to a couple people this way, before where they absolutely dreaded getting their first job, and they focus on every possible way to disqualify them from the job. Imposter syndromes for a lifetime here, especially when you're not the one you're not the one struggling with the imposter syndrome. But that's probably what I would say. It's probably less mansplaining when you could frame it in a way that you yourself was able to do this, but the other person can do so much more than you. And that's a way, in my opinion, to demonstrate that that other person is of very high value, and you yourself are willing to commit the time to help them, right? So for me, it's kind of like someone comes up and is like, I can't get to the gym. Like, people are going to laugh at me. Everyone's going to think I suck and I can't lift weights and stuff. It's like, all right, you got an hour? Let's say Monday, an hour. Let's go to the gym together. I'll grab a gym membership. You're worth the time. You can probably do way more than you think, and I will go there and do it with you, right? So there's no mansplaining involved. You're involved in the process. You're dedicated to the preservation and being there to be a form of encouragement, right? And then in the meantime, when you do that thing, you have all the opportunities, or you have more and more opportunities as a person to encourage them in the process, right? Like, oh yeah, this sucks. It's like, dude, this sucks for me too. Like, let's just suck it up together. That sounded a little weird. I should have thought about that for a moment, but you know what I mean. In it together, right? In it to win it together. I think sometimes you can, it feels less like mansplaining. It feels a little less like mansplaining if you're able to put yourself into the same position. So like, we're in it together. If you think you're going to fail chem engineering, then I'm going to prove to you that I am there. I got your back. As opposed to trying to, sometimes mansplaining also leads to like gaslighting. Like, sometimes the person who's being defensive can feel like you're attempting to gaslight them into something too, and then possibly set them up for disappointment. But if you're sharing that experience, then it becomes less of a thing. Like, hey, I did 5 hours. I believe you can do it. I believe you can do it. So I went ahead and did it on my own to show you that we could do this together. I think that's probably an avenue for relationship building. I think a large majority of my friends or acquaintances over the years, it started with me participating in the thing that they're worried about. So like, most of the connections I made on just one day of conventions is being in the process of doing the task with them. So when someone's like having trouble lifting something, I'm not necessarily going immediately explaining to them why I should do the lifting, right? For example, when someone's really tired, you go up to them and say, oh, you're really tired. Here, let me lift that for you because you're tired and I'm not. So it makes sense. That's kind of mansplaining to some extent, depending on the state of that person. Instead, you could offer, say, how much do you have to lift? Let's do it together, right? Like, I know you can lift this stuff, or I know you might not be able to lift this stuff, but if I'm with you and we do it together, it's better, right? So in that way, you can probably get away with not inferring that you know better or whatnot. You become part of the process. At least it's probably where I would go first, or attempt to try. Not that it's a fail-safe approach. Things is, you know for a fact she's 100% capable of these jobs, as long as you don't say that to her face. I hope. 100% is that's a very bold statement. I think she just has this false belief that you have to know everything about everything even before applying to junior positions, which in fact you learn a lot on the job like 9. Yes, most of the time, your first any type of entry on your education, 99.9% of the experience come from learning from either top to bottom or bottom to top, whichever approach of the thing. But most of the knowledge and experience comes from the job itself and not what you were educated on. Your education might have provided some skill sets for problem solving and acquiring new knowledge on the job. I think that's the basis of expectation, right? Your education is supposed to make you an efficient learner, someone who's able to acquire most of that information. Maybe not 99.9%, that's a little bit steep, but generally speaking, it's over 90%, especially on your first position. Your first position out of school. It starts going down as you gain experience. So yeah, totally agree. 100% is a little bit of a tough sell for me. Like maybe don't make 100% guarantees. Especially to a person, especially in my opinion, to a person who's already having trouble accepting everything, right? 100% sounds like everything is about everything as well. Interesting. Hopefully you find what works for you, Sub-Zero. And also that your girlfriend is comfortable with this discussion. Oh, thanks, SD. Yeah, hopefully your girlfriend is also comfortable with this discussion. It's tough to live in this day and age not feeling like you have to learn everything about everything before starting. I think my favorite thing to do, like here's a not favorite, but my go-to a lot of times, I would say 3 out of 5 times, I would do something to demonstrate that I do things without knowing how to do everything or anything, or finding examples of other people doing things without knowing how to do everything, because it's very difficult to emergently understand what you need to know when you are in that environment. So finding examples like that and normalizing that around in your life, which is very hard if you're on the internet. On the internet, it's a whole different story. It normalizes that belief that whoever starts, they always start the best way, right? Everything is the best way. It's the most informed way. And that sucks. I honestly think that is such a tricky, normalized behavior. You can't get people to start it eventually. The threshold will get so high that rarely anything is worth starting until you're ready for it. Well, unfortunately, in my opinion, most things that deal with life, you're not ready for, but you certainly are up to the challenge. So when you say, in my opinion, when you're saying, you know, she's 100% capable of these jobs, my immediate thought when I read that is you have 100% confidence that she is up to the task. Whether she knows everything, that is absolutely 100% not true. You know, like, no, I don't think anyone can ever say they start a job with 100% confidence. I would actually be less likely to, in my opinion, hire someone who thinks they are 100% prepared for a job, as opposed to demonstrating they're 100% capable of solving whatever or learn whatever that meets them, but they won't know what it is yet. I think education is supposed to help you with that, right? I don't know everything. You go to your interview, right? And someone asks you something, it's like, and eventually they're going to ask you something you might not know. It's like, well, I don't know it, but hear me out. This is how I'm going to learn it, right? If there's anything my education has taught me, is how to learn things. And when I don't know things, you don't have to babysit me, because I'll be able to learn it. Great, like, kind of perspective. The internet doesn't do that. I feel like the internet is like, oh, you don't know this, you suck. Like so many tools, all these tools we have, it's like, oh, sorry, I'm sorry you got it wrong. It's a shame you can't recover from that because you already got it wrong. Like, oh, that sucks. You are definitely not the victim in this, but you had to vent somewhere. You're staying patient and supporting, and the last thing you want is to build up resentment of any sort. Yeah, talking about it helps a lot. So yeah, no, I meant capable as in making a good impression, learn and develop. Yeah. It's great. It's great. The question is, I think a trick, in my opinion, this might be a trick. Do you guys do anything in which you guys just enjoy doing it because you don't are concerned with knowing everything? I like having some of those things. You know what's a great stuff? Like, even watching movies without understanding the nature of the movie is kind of like that. It's like you can enjoy and learn from things all the time. That's kind of one of the joys of learning, right? You might not even know what skills you will develop taking on a job that you didn't even think you wanted or know. Kind of sucks when you're so calculated to the point where you would prevent yourself from leaving that potential, right? Humans are beautiful in which that they can be emergent in their experience. So perhaps you have a clever way right now to think of a way to demonstrate the beauty of taking on the task or the challenge. This is not to say to SD that I'm going to learn French right now. No, you can keep your French. I'm kidding. but you can totally keep your French for now. I'll butcher French on another day. I'll make sure to butcher French really egregiously a little bit later. Maybe like next year. I think one of the biggest ways to mitigate mansplaining, you know, the characteristic mansplaining that people, one of the foundations of that feeling of mansplaining is the lack of demonstration. So if you're close with someone, you have so much enough creativity between the two people that you can do something without explaining it. So it'll be implicit learning, right? You can implicitly do something, like go and join a cooking class together or something and learn to cook something when neither of you know how to cook. And that would be a wonderful type of input that is implicit, as opposed to saying, oh, and then obviously you don't go around and say, see, I told you so. Do you understand? No. See, that goes back to the whole mansplaining thing. But the idea is, I think humans can intuitively become comfortable with it when they are given enough opportunities to be in that position. Right now, being a student, that sucks. Because if you spend all your life being a student, you're constantly reinforced to have explicit instructions, right? I can't blame you or your girlfriend for feeling that way. Up to that point, you're constantly with explicit instructions. Until you get hired, there will not be any implicit, is often not implicit learning. At most, maybe like laboratory units in science or like practical stuff might give you an idea of learning with experience or implicit learning, like demonstrations. So there are those sprinkled out through education, right? Giving public speech, giving a seminar. You can have those sprinkles of demonstration, but I don't think it's the social norm. The specific form of input that younger people reasonably are always exposed to is explicit input. So trying to gain experience is when you stop being that's when the transition happens. So it's always a tough one. And the more you get stuck with that, the harder it can become. And I think the internet does not do anyone favors about being informed. I think if I had to count the number of times people think they know how to study a language versus doing the studying, I honestly think there are a lot more people who know more about how to study something than actually studying something. Yeah. It's a tough one though. Do you think you should just back off a little and let her sail by herself and not try to give any input? Ugh, I can't. There's no response from me that would be comfortable in the limited amount of knowledge that I have. I think some of the telltale signs, if you if I were to consider, say, your feelings, right? How can you feel content in this and maybe consider her contentment, right? Is trying to be actively part of that as much as you can, not in the sense of providing guidance or something, but somehow participating in that. So like do you know if she wants to sail by this herself? Is probably one of the questions I'm asking myself, if I even know that. Because if you think she wants to sail by herself, then any further input would be an encroachment on that idea. Since I don't know her, I don't really know. I know you well enough that I would back off because you're a solo sailor most of the time. Most of your comments and stuff deal with taking charge and taking control. So instead, right, Sub-Zero, I would give you examples in which you can do better than them. So alternatively, a way to encourage you to do better and do other things is to give you examples in which you are better than the person. So it's not me telling you that you can do better. These are the facts. You're better than this person. Or you're better than these qualifications. You're better than these things. And you synthesize your own choice. I'm not telling you how to make a choice. I'm showing you your choice is. And that's probably more of a solo sailor. For me, I usually default in, can I join you? Most of the time. I tend to join the person. So when someone says, yeah, you know, I've been working on this, I've been rattling on this code, I don't know why it doesn't work. It's like, can I see it? Like, is it all right if we both look at this code together? We can just look at it together. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything. I'll just tell you what I like, what I'm seeing. Like, can you explain this stuff to me? Because if that person can explain this stuff to me, like they're doing it. It's not I'm not doing anything. So you could always be clever enough to demonstrate that, well, I don't know anything about this stuff, but clearly you do, and that builds confidence. You can get. That's not a solo sailor though, but like someone who doesn't want another person to be part of it. Base. But if there's someone who's like, they don't want to ask for help, right? They're clearly signaling they want help or want someone to be compassionate and comforting, then you join them. When you join them, they are in control. So that control and that explanation gives them confidence. And then that confidence builds their own self-esteem. So most of the time when someone says, I don't want help, but I want company, right? Or like some sort of support, and it makes me feel better. Like personally, I would feel bad if I can't make this person feel better. The alternative is, can you explain to me what you're learning right now? And then can you explain this stuff to me? And the more they're able to explain the stuff, it can build their confidence. And obviously I don't know anything they're doing. The idea is I'm going to try my hardest to understand complicated things that they already know, but I don't understand. So when someone asks, you know, like SD was talking about homonyms or gerunds in French, it doesn't matter if I don't know any French. I want to know how much SD knows in French, because it's great and it's very encouraging to have someone else explain something to you, because you're not explaining anything. You're getting, in my opinion, you're allowing that other person to demonstrate how much they know. And if they can do that, then they are far more confident than they originally were. What that's going to look like is up to you, obviously, because she's your girlfriend. And it does suck that you guys are long distance, so it would make this a lot trickier because you have to come up with creative ways to do that. But generally, getting someone else to explain what they're good at to you is probably a win for me. And might work in both situations. They're more likely to work in both situations. Like, get the other person to show what they're working on, because then it reminds them that, oh yeah, there are other people who know nothing like you. No, I'm kidding. It's a humbling experience, but at the same time you get to be part. You get to be part of their life. That's what I do most of the time. If you wanted like a default thing, the first thing I try most of the time is, you know, someone says, my life sucks, I hate high school, I hate needing to get a job, I hate doing this, I don't ever want to start this because I don't learn enough. And my first question is, well, I don't know anything about this. Can you tell me what you know? And then can you tell me what you want to do? And the more they're able to do that, the more they find clarity, right? Maybe there just isn't enough people around to give them enough feedback. It's like, oh, hey, did you know that you're kind of a big deal in what you do? Well, most of the time in education, it's not about that. It's about what you haven't been able to do, right? Like the goal you're looking for. And when people spend so much time looking at the goal, this is my spiel on goal-oriented thinking versus process-oriented thinking, they might end up forgetting how much they already have accomplished. And that is a gold mine for a supportive person. If you want to end up being a supportive person, like a rock, as opposed to like a cheerleader, a rock as a standard, making yourself the point of information is reversing the role. You get the other person to explain the thing to you. So you're doing the listening, right? But if you're truly the person that is more adaptive and learning, then you can listen to the other person. Probably contribute to their self-esteem, while at the same time you get more information that you can possibly work on to get them to recognize that themselves. So listening sounds so cliche, but active listening, finding situations that you can make the person make you the active listener, is probably the I don't even want to, like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. That's a gender bias too, you know, like because of you could call it biological, but sociological, politics, or cultural things. But the social norm oftentimes is there's a gender bias. One way to alleviate this gender bias is, if you're convinced you're mansplaining, it's because you're not doing a lot of listening, right? Like in practice, I can't tell you how often. This is a stereotype for now because of understanding of cultures, like cultures and mediums and the existence of patriarchal society, chivalry, right? Misogyny, feminism. The idea is if you see these things, the act is to do something that is not expected. And one of them is to listen, right? If someone thinks you're mansplaining, then you spend more time listening. And one of the times, most of the time, I actually just sit there and listen. I actually don't do anything for the person. It's pretty shocking how effective that is in nowadays. But when I go to like volunteer at places, people who have problems, I actually spend most of the time asking questions and listening. I didn't provide any form of advice. They already had the answers themselves. So if you think she is 100% capable, like you're absolutely certain she's 100% capable, then you are, the question is, are you 100% capable of hearing what she's thinking without having to explain back? I think that would be a great place to start. It was one time, I think I asked 4 questions and I listened to someone talk for 3 hours and they found the solution all on their own. Largely because I believe that they could. Now, it is very different, but you already made the guarantee to me anyways. If I don't believe they're capable of, I would not resort to this. But if you are absolutely confident, then let her say things. Let her explain everything to you. Because the moment she does, and you're right on the money, you know, I told you so, because fictitious, see, I told you so. You don't even have to say I told you so. She'll recognize it on her own. At least in my opinion. So like kids, my favorite things about kids, like high school kids and stuff, when they say like, I absolutely hate school. There's no way I can ever like school. Like, tell me about it. And the moment they realize what they don't like about school, I asked them like, so how do you change that? Like, what are you gonna do? And it gets a little better. And all the questions and all the solutions came from them because they got clarity after explaining it to someone else. And much like what we're doing here, right? You're saying you're definitely not the victim in this, but if you vent somewhere or talk to someone and another person's actively integrating the stuff, the information, you get clarity. And if you're not sensitive to mansplaining, which I am mansplaining right now, I guess this would be qualified as mansplaining. If you're receptive to that, then it feels more like, oh, well, that's clarity. And that's nice. Talking about it provides clarity. If you guys aren't already actively talking about it all the time and it's a problem, then you're avoiding it, right? And I guess that's what you're afraid of. At the moment, your apprehension is, should you be avoiding this? And I often think bets are against you most of the time with avoidant behavior. And especially when you brought up the loan situation as well. That's avoidant behavior. But you can still participate without mansplaining. So one doesn't have to be avoidant to be able to be part of someone else's problem. Not to be the problem, you know, be part of that problem, but be part in the problem solving. Sorry, that was a terrible choice of words. It's like, Sub-Zero, what if you're the problem? Kidding. Alright, kidding. Just a slight jest. Alright, now we're gonna go focus on this. Estoy muy cansado. Cansada. Oh, okay.
Cansada.
I was gonna say cansado, but I'm very tired. Necesito unas vacaciones en un Hotel.
Hotel.
Hotel elegante y caro.
Yo necesito
unas vacaciones ahora. I really need a vacation right now. Or now.
Señores Gómez y Flores, ¿de dónde son ustedes?
I don't think I've ever said that and really meant it in my entire life. I'm kind of curious how often people actually say that and really mean it. I don't think I've ever said that. Maybe once. Maybe once. It wasn't very often. Maybe this stuff never bothered you before as you never really found it any of your business, but I guess it's kind of on your mind now that we're both 25 and looking to start our career. What are you saying? You're becoming an adult? I'm kidding. Oh no. Sorry, I'm a little sassy right now. Pardon my direct commentary. Yeah, but or is Sub-Zero's heart becoming 4 times bigger? It's not Christmas yet, so I can't really make that joke in context, but is it me or the lone wolf has developed more empathy? Or it could be pragmatic though. It could be pragmatic obligations. Starting to realize this alone ain't free. Yeah. That's understandable. Scrapping. Is scrapping a economic term? Hold up. Is scrapping in economics term? Nope. Scraping is not a standard economic term. I was gonna use scraping as it, like, gotta work towards it. You just hate how financial stuff comes into play in relationships. It's a part of life. I haven't even, like, people had, like, some peeps haven't even asked the tough questions when I haven't been asked some tough questions when it comes to relationships and finance yet. But I have often thought about all those questions as well. Not that I'm in a relationship, but that's what made dating so much better as a teen. That stuff mattered. Wait. Hold up, fill me in. How did financial stuff not matter when dating as a teen? Okay, hear me out. I didn't date as a teen, but there were people that thought we were dating. I'm being a little bit beating around the bush, but I have been on dates that, have I already shared these stories with you? I've been on dates that I didn't know I was on. I'm not sure if that's a thing, but it probably deals with a financial thing. So, well, finances kind of come into play a little bit, like, you know, who's paying kind of deal. So you didn't have these situations? Didn't those stuff matter? Like who paid for dinner? Who paid for the trip? Is that not a thing in Norway? Like where you're gonna go to college as you're dating in high school or something? I must be really old. Because that stuff came up all the time. Or in my head. Maybe I didn't talk about it. Well, maybe not teen. Okay, you were somewhat of a late bloomer too, okay. But like from 18 to 22, I feel like it doesn't matter at all. So, like, oh, you're living with your parents, taking your 3rd gap year. That does sound like you're a late boomer. I'm glad to hear that you have very, very supportive family members. I started contributing to family finances when I was 13. So it's very difficult. Very, very difficult to empathize with the late boomer thing. I started working the very first time I was legally allowed to work. But kids are not allowed to work full-time. But we were allowed to work part-time when we were 16. So barely in like starting high school, I was already financially responsible for things. That's probably because my parents' job and stuff were very part of the life. Late bloomer, huh? I'm not even sure how old the average person. You're 25, so yeah, no, that sounds about right. I think for now, at least anecdotally speaking, 4 out of 5 people. Actually, I know a couple who are still not financially independent yet. And would totally be there. Actually, I'm not even sure if you're a late bloomer, because okay, they're slightly younger than you, but they're already in their 20, like approaching their mid-20s, and they're still financially dependent on their loving parents, very loving, supportive parents. It's not a bad or a good thing, obviously. It can be bad or good depending on who you're looking at, but in this case, I think it's the consequence of having very supportive parents. Now at the age of, the ripe age of 25, you can say, dang, and high five your parents or something a little bit later. You think it's different in the US? It requires a lot for someone, or at least people with kids, to be really financially struggling, so there's less pressure for teens to go straight to uni or work after graduating compared to the US, you guess? Oh, that's fair. I thought you were going to make an argument that yeah, that's fair. However, the kids that I know of, right? They are your same generation. I think actually all of them are within 3 years of you. Even then, with that pressure, it does create a lot of conflict, right? But I think things have started to delay, because like financial independence is very difficult to achieve right away. When I went to college, I was financially dependent for, I think it's more of a millennial thing now. Like what I mean is the image of kids leaving the nest and becoming immediately financially, or pressure to be immediately financially dependent when they become of age, is often around 18 to 21. Like that's when they try to immediately reach their financial independence from their parents. That was like the millennial thing. That was the ripple imagery that was ingrained from a foreign perspective. Nowadays, I think the kids of today are very similar to what you're describing. They're 21 to 23 and still with their parents, loving parents, right? Because if it wasn't loving parents, the parents would kick them out of the house. And that's kind of, in my opinion, that millennial impression. The pressure of like the Gen X and millennial interaction back then. But now it's difficult, and you have to recognize also that it's even harder, quote unquote, arguably harder to have financial independence right away outside. Like for me, 19 is when I became financially independent. In fact, hear me out. When I say 19 I became financially independent, it also meant I was financially not in debt at the age of 19. I was not in debt by 19. So my parents' pressure, they're Chinese, so hear me out. They're not even American, like they're not like the stereotypical American too. When I think of financial independence, I also mean that I make more money than I spend at the age of 19. However, in the United States, financial independence means you can take out loans, right? You can borrow from the bank, you can defer loans and not have to ask your parents for money, right? Like for food, and you pay your way through college and education on credit. That's usually when I'm referring to financial. But for myself, because of the way my parents are and I was financially debt free and not relying on my parents. And obviously I can't pay back from there's no way. Well, yes, I'm able to pay back everything my parents paid for me now, but that's weird. That's like compounded interest. How can you pay for 18 years of, you know, love, meticulous care, or indirect form of support and stuff? You can't. So most of the time I would say financial independence by 19. Basically, I no longer have to ask. My parents don't know where my money comes from or something like that. But third gap year is really dragging it. Yeah, third gap year. That is, again, it's these days. I think the average degree is going up. For those that I am referring to, I would say 6 or 7 years for a bachelor's, with no like side hustle or trade development, but 6 or 7 years on and off. But that's like 3 gap years, right? If something takes 6 or 7 years for your bachelor's, you have at least close to 2 to 3 gap years. Mine was actually, I took a gap year too, by the way, but it's a gap year in a different way. My friends and I, we could have graduated early, but we took a gap year and went to New Zealand. I know that's not the same thing, but I felt like it was a great gap year. I still remember when we were considering that. It's like, do we want to graduate early, or graduate early as in like 3.5 years or 3 years, as opposed to spending our time. So I did take some liberties. It was on the college's dime, so that's pretty cool. But what's really common is just taking a major just for fun that you have no intention of pursuing a career in, because education is free here after all. Yeah, that is very different. That is pretty sweet. Free education. Is it free education as long as you're dependent, or is it always free no matter what? I remember we asked about age limits. There was an age limit, but what about dependency and independency? I think in the United States there is some, I don't know anymore, I'm too old for this. I don't know, there is a age limitation and a status dependency, like for financial things and whatnot. Obviously education is not free by default, but financial aid is more accessible to those who are dependent and or younger. It's a combination of loving parents too, you think? Yeah, I think the harsh parent mentality is more rare here. Oh, okay. And even if they do kick out, there's so much financial support that you can get from the state here that technically you're not as screwed as yet either. Oh, well, that's lovely to hear. You were jobless after high school, but instead of my parents kicking you out, they forced you to apply for financial support from the state. You basically receive half a salary in the meantime while you're applying for jobs? Huh. Yeah, hear me out. I had 2 gap years in my career. And they're not going to seem like gap years, but this is how I relate. I wind down by working less, but not like working not at all, right? That's the difference. That you and I have that same mentality. if you're taking a gap year, you're going to learn something else, right? Maybe that's what you're doing. You're using that time to learn something else, because for you, education is free. For me, work experience is free. It's kind of what your girlfriend's situation is when I'm describing it. Between undergrad and graduate school, I needed to know if I wanted to go to graduate school, right? It's the same question. Am I good enough to go to graduate school? Do I want graduate school? Like, do I want to pursue science at the doctoral level? So I took 2 years. That's a gap. Those are gap years. I took 2 years. And I went straight to work for the government as a researcher in a post-baccalaureate program. So, like, these are programs geared towards students that just recently graduated and that they would work in a lab with other postdocs, postdoctoral researchers. And I did that for a year. I really liked it. And they're like, you know, we can extend that to 2 years. It's like, all right, I'll stay for 2 years. And that then paved the way for me to get into graduate school. Largely the graduate school of my choice. So I took a gap year by working less in a different way. And that's kind of how I feel about gap years. It's your time to diversify. So I diversified my skill sets in order to feel more confident about going to a graduate school. And you could, I like to think that's what you're kind of suggesting as well, or possibly hoping for your girlfriend and yourself, probably. Oh, you always thought you took all your majors back to back? Nah. Financial problems or financial limitations, pedigree, privilege, very different. I talk about it a lot of times. Like when I went to elementary school, I was already 2 years behind. When I transferred, 2 years behind. Caught up in high school, but by the time I caught up in high school, I don't know what college is. So I took as quickly as possible. I was lucky enough to go to college, but the college isn't like I'm like, it's not an Ivy League college or anything. Like we're talking about still playing catch up. So most of my life I was catching up, right? When I went to graduate interviews and whatnot, the one thing that probably differentiated me from a lot of people is I took those gap years to diversify. That's the only thing I talk about in the interviews. I don't talk about, like, I occasionally talk about my undergrad stuff and whatnot, but most kids are talking about their undergrads because they came from Ivy League colleges, right? Like, I still remember being in an interview and we have like meet and greets and stuff, and because we're prospective students and we're all like going on interviews, and everyone's like Stanford this, Princeton this, Harvard this, you know, Caltech this, and I'm like, I can't even describe to you where my college is. Like most of the time, I'm that guy where I needed a landmark city in order to tell you where the college is. And the good news is the college was next to a landmark city that happens to be a very famous brand of chocolate. So that's how it made it very easy to break the ice. But generally speaking, most people are saying like very, very top schools, because I was applying to a top school. But I took those 2 years. And that's what I mean by it's Hershey. Yeah. Yeah, the college I went to is next to Hershey, Pennsylvania. It's the one city over. In fact, the community was probably made possible because of the existence of Hershey. It's a college town, so outside of it, it's the college. It's not even a town. It's a college town. The whole, nearly all of the population is the college. You didn't know that was a place? What do you think the... I'm kidding. They don't make chocolate there anymore, but that's where it started. You can still see the old factories. The old factories are preserved for like tours and stuff, but yeah. Yes, exactly. She's interested in chemistry, but she's very skeptical about the actual jobs in the field. I think it's a great opportunity to give it a shot. If she does go back to school, then I think she might have a lot more clarity after. Exactly. But you have to demonstrate that to her. Really graduate from Willy Wonka Chocolate University. I don't even know where Willy Wonka is supposed to take place. Yeah, hold up. Where did Willy Wonka take place? Where is it supposed to take place? Isn't it like Germany or something? Oh no. But what about the English version? Is it like British or something originally? Oh, it's in Munich. Tech in Germany, dude. Although, where is it supposed to be? Like for the book itself, like where was it supposed to be? The filming took place in Germany, by the way, in Munich, but I think it's supposed to be British. It's supposed to be Great Britain. So, nah, Hershey. I don't even know if there's any movie that dealt with Hershey's chocolate. Yeah, I don't know. I'm too uncultured in the candy department. Yeah, I totally get it. Fun fact, the writer is of Norwegian descent. He speaks Norwegian too. That is a fun fact. David Seltzer? Or are you talking about Dahl? You're talking about Dahl, right? Yeah. Okay. What, you're trying to pull a ownership of historical authors here? Okay, I see how it is. I got nothing. I'm from the United States. What do you want me to say? Nah, you learned it this year. Okay. I don't know what I would be like if I knew college was free. I think I would have like 2 or 3 PhDs by now. Like, this is okay. This is an anachronism. Say all my values stayed the same. I probably have like 3 PhDs now. Honestly, that's probably what I do for a lifetime. If you're talking about gap years and like dragging your legs and trying to feel like what your girlfriend feels like, that's probably how I would feel if I was raised in a system where you're not pressured to apply your skills for financial security. Like, hear me out. I totally understand how your girlfriend may feel about education, because, well, not that I'm saying she's taking it's free in Norway, but what I'm saying is she grew around the prospect of that education, and that exposure might inform some situation, right? And for me, yeah, I would probably study a lot for the free education. This is not to say that I would be a completely different person growing up in a Norwegian background. Probably a very different thing, because if I took the course of empathy, I would largely empathize with whoever I'm immediately with. So the time I leave college, I would end up empathizing with other Norwegians as opposed to other Americans during my time, because I would leave the nest and my parents would be none the wiser. That would be the static element. My parents would push me out of the house regardless. Like, if my parents immigrated to Norway, they would still push me out the door at 18. I mean, it's free, but it's still attendance. It would be hard to juggle with a job though. That's understandable. Technically, you could sign up for a Chinese major and get a free 3-year course, but you don't think you will have time. Oh, I see. Yeah. It'd be kind of tough. It sounds such... I would love to do these thought experiments. Like, what would I be like? So one thing can be held constant is my parents, like, they would still run a Chinese restaurant. It would be quote unquote westernized Chinese food. So it would not be surprising if in a different world my parents you would have frequent one of my parents' establishments, because they come from a consistent line of entrepreneurs. That's how the vast majority of the Fujianese population. We were talking, me and SD was talking about trade, learning where the demands are, food. Other stereotypical things, nail salons, right? Upkeep, hair, groceries. You gotta get them. And then if you're really poshy, like super poshy, drugs. No, not that type of drugs. Sorry. I'm talking about pharmaceuticals. Yeah, that could be taken out of context. But like, if you're like super poshy and you're up to it, probably pharmaceuticals. Gotta go where the demands. How is the pricing for people who do double majors at the same time in the US? That's a good question. Is the price the same because you do it with it? No, it's by the credit. So I can answer that. It's absolutely not the same price, but I don't know how much more. Or do you still have to pay? Yeah, you have to pay for credits. It's per credit. Yeah, so you're paying per unit. So no wholesale things. There's no like wholesaling or time expenditure. It's a course amount. It's like, for example, my best friends and I done this all the time. We were allowed 5. We ended up oftentimes with 5 classes and then like another 0.5 stretch because you could work around something, largely because the max credits that we can have is what we paid for. So then you would start to have to pay for more if you want that. So was I lazy? Yes and no. Yes, I was lazy because if I made more money, I could have taken more classes in the same amount of time. No, because it would be very hard to pay for those extra classes. So whenever a more modern US student these days tell me like, oh yeah, you know, life kind of sucks, you have to juggle exams and whatnot, and the thing is, I know how you feel. However, meanwhile, they're talking about how doing like content creation and playing video games or staying consistent with language learning is tough. It's like, it's hard for me to sympathize or even empathize. Like, it's hard for me to sympathize, let alone try to empathize with, because my workload was absurd and I still felt like I was being lazy. I was totally being lazy. I played video games. Heck, I even played World of Warcraft when I had 5 or 6 classes. I watched all of the last Airbender on my free time on reruns while juggling 5 or 6 classes while working. But listen here. While I don't regret most of the things I have done in my life, I'm talking about moderation, right? Moderation, balancing social life, being sustainable. That's not because I did it when I was younger. It's because I'm doing it now. So you can still get to similar places, similar ways without ever having to do what I did. But some people might think that's cool, right? Like, for example, how can I tell people that my prospects is that I can retire now? So some people might say, oh yeah, that's awesome. It's like, but what do you do for the rest of your life? So it's a paradox. The people, in my opinion, people who end up being in the position they are typically don't think of it as a blessing, but more of a compromise that they made only to realize later. So, like for example, if you're living the best times of your life in your 20s, would you prefer to give all of that up in order to not to live the best of your life in a different situation, free of your 20s? My 20s were work, study, sleep, work, study, game really hard, work, study, game really hard. That was it. Parties, you can count them on your hands. Vacation time, you can count them on your hands. 3. And those 3 were obligation oriented. I don't think I've ever taken a break. And during those 3 vacations, I was still doing work while I was away on those vacations. Because, you know, science and academics just come with you. You don't have to like be there to not study. So, and I'm still doing it to this day. Have I been taking vacations? Not really. Like, what do you, the things I do, right? Like for example, what do I do last year? I went to volunteer at an anime convention. What do I do at the anime convention? I work. That is my thing. Like, I do less work and it feels like vacation. When I have time off, when I have time away from my study, I usually find out if someone needs me or someone wants my time. Because spending time on myself, it's pretty mid to me. It gives very little reward. But if I can do something, I can better myself while also helping someone else, I would prefer to do that. So when I go on vacation, you bet it also means keeping at least 3 or 4 other people company. If I go on vacation, you bet I'm sharing that moment with someone else. And if I'm going alone, you bet I'm volunteering and also working at that vacation. I'm habitually compulsively trying to be productive. And to me, that's what my childhood taught me. I am far, far more relaxed than I have ever been in my life. I think when I was born, I was already ready to become a doctor. I just didn't know it yet. And what I mean by that is not a PhD, but like, I was born, my parents already knew that I should be a doctor. Or we gotta turn this kid into some money printing machine at some point. With all love and, you know, with all the love possible, in indirect, explicit, or nonverbal, verbal. But obviously, I'm not saying this in any form of bad way or anything. My parents, I mean, look at them. They spent 60 years of their lives building a family. Like, that's crazy. I can't even hold a candle to that. They picked the healer class where you do character creation off the rip. Isn't it funny that it's such a joke, but the first class I play is either the tank or the healer. Usually you fill the healer role because there's at least more tanks than they are DPS. So I usually play the support class. And if the healer and the tank is taken, I would play the support DPS role or the utility player. You know, the anchor. Usually the anchor, not the playmaker, but the anchor. Yep, solid as a rock. That's how you have to be. If you want to be a teacher, in my opinion, if you want to be a teacher, the best thing one of my favorite things to do, maybe not the best thing, is to give my students the impression that it'll be all right. I'm not perfect. I don't know everything. You won't know everything. I will get things wrong and you will get things wrong. We'll talk about it. But one thing you have to get away from get out of this class is it's going to be all right. Be a great time. We're going to learn something together. We're going to learn about each other together. And unfortunately, in my opinion, that is not how formal education is being prioritized everywhere. Not just the United States, but everywhere. You do not get that impression most of the time. Largely because we live in a pragmatic world driven by necessary financial constraints and necessary resource constraints and time. Right? But yes, having a healer class as a teacher sounds kind of like a unexciting. Dude, there has to be an anime on this. We need an anime series where you compare, like, what would they call it? That one time I was reincarnated as a healer professor at a magic school. And it would be a main character that's trying to make healing accessible and fun and engaging and exciting by turning all the situations into a healing showcase, as opposed to someone who's doing the killing blow, or, you know, someone doing a 50-hit combo and eviscerating a monster. But instead, it's like, hey, did you know the only way you can win here is this clever way of applying this healing technicality to this situation? And that's cool, because sometimes in life, most people are surrounded by silent heroes, in my opinion. Now, there are definitely great heroes and people who pave their road, but it's bolstered by a foundation of silent heroes. The support. I sound very biased because I am. I earnestly do identify as someone who is far more supportive than someone who's leading. However, I would second that. My second role would probably be to lead, as in like a tanking thing. Not in leading in the sense of coercing and influencing, but more leading in the first one to probably get downed, and then the one to bear all the weight, right? I prefer to be the one to bear most of the weight versus the one to reap most of the rewards. It's kind of masochistic. It does sound a little bit masochistic, but boy, does it feel nice. Okay. BDO got a scholar class? Oh, don't even. What are you trying to do? Are you sponsored by BDO? Are you sponsored by BDO or something? Like, what is this hard sell for scholar class? I'll show you a scholar class. Musician. I often pick up as a musician. Like, if we were playing D&D, my class is probably a bard. I mean, like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. It's probably bard. Nah, you only got like 1 hour on the game. It's just fresh. You think you're gonna go play RuneScape instead? So hear me out. Are you talking about OG RuneScape, or are you talking about RuneScape 2? Wait, is RuneScape at 2 or 3? I played OG RuneScape. I played RuneScape when it was RuneScape. Before World of Warcraft. Because I didn't want to pay for World of Warcraft. And then I did. Old school RuneScape. Yeah, I still remember those days. free OG RuneScape. Alright. That's enough digression. Wait, how is this interpreted? Mr. Gomez and Mr. Flores. Where are you from? Alright. I don't like RuneScape ever since the RuneScape 3. Okay, so they're on 3. Yeah. Yeah, I still see people playing like RuneScape, OG RuneScape on RuneScape Lite's client. Whatever that is. Oh, which by the way, something fun came up, which you probably saw in the Discord. I think I might have to switch my schedule around a little for April because I think I want to play Dave the Diver in April. Because it's been a while since I returned to Dave the Diver. And in April, I think April 10th, there's a crossover. The Dave the Diver team, the people at Minrocket, had a Like a Dragon crossover. So Dave the Diver does that all the time. Since I played the base game, but since then there's been like 4 or 5 collabs like Bellatro and Godzilla and stuff. But in April 10th, their newest DLC, and they're free, by the way, is Like a Dragon. So yeah, Casca's in Dave the Diver, officially canon. And it also belongs in the same world as Godzilla, so that's canon too. The very first collab they did when I first played Dave the Diver was Dredge. I also played Dredge at the time too. Actually, I deliberately played Dredge and Dave the Diver at near the same time because it was the those were the 2 indie games of that year that I absolutely had to play. So Dredge and Dave the Diver. Your older brother is playing OSRS on his iPad. Which one? Oh, old school RuneScape, man. That looks like a coding language. Like the only game that he still holds on to. Oh, I see. Neverwinter has officially took the crown. The last game that I played longer than Neverwinter was Atlantica Online. It was a Korean MMO, which eventually got purchased by Nexon. I played it for a little over 10 years. And that was from my like half of my undergrad days all the way to like somewhere in graduate school. Yeah, Atlantica Online. It had a really cool premise, and then I think it's on its last server. Everything got blown together. It's no longer like it's on its last leg, but it operates on a 3x3 grid system, real time 3x3 grid system. And all your mercs occupy all the grids, and you make different combinations of them, and they all have separate actions. And all the mercs are historical figures. And I played the musician. My hero character was the musician. Yeah, I can't make these up. Like, I either play the warrior, the tank, or I play a support class. So most of the time, like World of Warcraft, I was the priest. What was my second class? A support class. It was Warlock. I mean, they could be damage dealers, but they're often support. Oh, that's not before being a tank though. The warrior. I still dabble occasionally in DPS. Occasionally. Nowadays, games are like, you can be anything, so it's hard to classify what PSO2 NGS is. Your main character does everything, so there's no role role priority in those games anymore.
Señores, Chávez y López hablan.
¿Ustedes hablan inglés?
Inglés.
Okay. Few games have this, but I always like the spear type of classes like Lancer and Me 4. Yeah, I've seen that. I like spear classes too. If I had to DPS, I'm a mid-range. Often mid-range or long-range. But I like pokey things. Things with reach, and it requires like finesse. You get bonuses for being like mid-range all the time. Right? Like, you can't be too close, but you also can't be too far. I love classes like spear types because they often operate on the most damage is a point of impact at ideal distance. So you're not like all up close and personal. Let me just hug you and stick to you, or I'm all the way outside and waiting for my headshot or something. I'm usually the mid-range guy. Love mid-ranges. Spears, halberds, lances, wired things, flailing, lots of flailing. I did play Guild Wars for a little bit, but I didn't play Guild Wars after much. During that period of Guild Wars and stuff, I played Terra Online, but I played the Warrior because there wasn't such a class, so I played the Warrior. Can you guess? I don't know if you played Terra Online. Can you guess what the character that I played, the character type that I played? It's very I very commonly the panda. Yeah. I played the what do you call them? Something. They start with P. Panda. No. Oh man. I think it started with P. P. Oh, maybe not. Oh yeah, Potpourri. Yeah, they were the Potpourri. Yeah. Of course I would play a Potpourri. And of course it'd be a bouncing warrior. Come on. Otherwise I'd pick up a bow or something. I like playing bow characters.
Señores.
You played the edgy? Yeah, you would play the edgy character. The Castanix. Yeah, Castanix. You would play those edgy characters.
Castro.
The way to sell me on a game, right? Like when it comes to MMOs, I play the outcast, whatever the outcast is. So like if there's like a really, like for example, Final Fantasy 14, those tiny guys, that's what I would play. And if those tiny guys can be a tank, I would play a tank, because it's funny to be a tiny guy and be the tank. That's what I do in Neverwinter. I play the tiny guy. That's a tank. Or like I would play an egregiously large round panda healer. Something. I usually don't go with like normative edginess or balance things. I like being eccentric when I'm playing a MMO. You play Asura in... Yes, I probably would. It's eccentric enough. If there was a jester class, I'd probably play a jester class. Or like I would play, or for MMOs, I would play a class that don't have a real weapon. Like what I mean is, it would be a class that people don't think they have a real weapon. like a scholar class is a great example. A barb is a great example because they have musical instruments, right? A staff isn't really a real weapon. It's the casting that creates the real weapon. And oftentimes people don't look at bows the same way as well, because oftentimes games like that feature close combat. So even the bow wielders have close combat abilities, right? They would have daggers and knives and whatnot. But no, I would deliberately try to shoot the bow. Period. You always love it when there's so much variety in the races in MMOs. Granted, I never played the weird little big guys, but I appreciate the name in the game. Nevertheless, yeah. And I'll just be one of those weirdos playing those things. Yep, I'm that guy. You know, you walk up with your edge character with your greatest best in slot aesthetics, solo leveling aesthetics, and I'd be that guy next to you. It's like, who's the guy that looks like a stunted hat upside down wearing a jester hat and patchwork clothing? Like, oh, that's, you know, that's that guy. Like, what does he do? Well, apparently he makes people dance and smile so that they don't want to fight him. Like, oh, okay. You know, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Out of the box thinking. It's very different from playing the the 300-year-old Lolita. Okay, so that's a different story. Okay, we're not talking about that kind of thing. Because Terra had characters like that, and so did Guild Wars, I think. Right, not that side of things. More like the bizarre and unexpected. Not even necessarily funny either. I don't personally not there for comic relief either, solely for comic relief. I have such a guilty pleasure for a band of unlikely companions. Like the edgy character, right? The edgy character being friends with an outcast character makes that character edgy cool to me personally. So like it's not taking away from the edgy character, it's making that character even edgier. So if someone who is edgy and normal and like stylish and maybe even, dare I say, basic, when they are next to another character, they both become incredibly unique, right? It's a band of unlikely companions. So one of the hallmarks of shonen or like shows and whatnot that are long running is the narrative that a band of unlikely companions make for, they are greater than the sum of their parts. And I absolutely like that about MMOs. It's so different nowadays. Like because of internet and hyper objectivity, I know I keep spinning this, but because of the normalized behavior, everyone plays for best in slot, right? Best in slot this, best in slot that, min-maxing this, min-maxing that. Then you just have whole parties of like 4 people who generically agree together. In my opinion, this is my personal preference, and I don't see that very interesting. I see a bunch of people who are optimized and min-maxing them. It's great for them. They might love it. They might be appreciated. I don't bat an eye at that. I don't see struggle. I don't see out thinking. I don't see discussion. I see groupthink and very efficient min-maxing. That's fantastic. That's like kind of looking at 5 AI models optimized to do the same thing. Communist-centric, I suppose. But I prefer to struggle with the Charlie Brown Christmas trees and you know, the dusty little collages in the back that look like they didn't get enough attention. Diamonds in the rough, if you will, I suppose. If you want to go that way.
García, García, García. ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde? Ustedes. ¿Dónde? Son. ¿Dónde?
That took a while. What's a good example of band of... I mean, Squid Game does that already, you know, Sub-Zero? Squid Game does that. Band of unlikely companions. It's hard for me to tally what is not trendy. That's a band of unlikely companions at the moment. A lot of times. I would say, if I had to take a guess, at least more than 50% of things portray a band of unlikely companions for mainstream consumption. So right now, I'm eating good. I'm just saying, I'm eating pretty good. Or pretty well right now. I don't think this was always the case though. I think this is a reflection of combating and balancing the internet feels. Like the desire is there. People desire. Didn't have to rub it in. I'm on a cut. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm getting a little bloated now. I've gained some weight from all the media that is... I feel its reception is because it's refreshing right now. People who feel alone can find a lot of catharsis and good feelings from watching shows that involve things working out despite not being the best at everything or not having the ideal friendships and stuff. I think there's a yearning for that. It's unfortunate that, in my opinion, it's a little disheartening that it stops at escapism. Like, what I mean is, the good feeling, the dopamine and stuff, stops as a form of escapism, as opposed to in a form of proactive encouragement. So, like, you don't have to feel good watching those things happen. You can have those things, at least in my opinion. I know this sounds really sappy, but for those who feel alone and they're like watching these shows and they love these shows and they're often wondering like, why can't I have something like that? It's like, you can, but unfortunately those shows don't really show you or demonstrate to you how those things happen. You have to take a chance on people. At least that's how I'm feeling about it. Like trying to explain it, the narrative on why there's such a heightened portrayal and reliance on shows that take off largely dealing with bands of unlikely companions. Frieren is a band of Frieren's main character cast is a cast of unlikely companions. I might be biased because a lot of things I watch might be the case too. Perhaps there are shows that don't. Solo Leveling, for example. Solo Leveling does not have that. It's a power trip based on one character, right? But for every one of those, I think there are at least 3 or 4 others that are based on companionship, unlikely companionship. And to me, I interpret that as we should encourage proactive behavior like that, because it seems like that's kind of what people like to do or see as a form of escapism. See that people like to support each other, you know, go out and go to the gym, and suddenly your first thought is, oh man, what kind of friends will I make? when I go to the gym, as opposed to that dreaded feeling when I go to gyms like, man, I hope no one's recording this because there are so many fitness influencers out there trying to like make themselves sound better than me, and I'm so subconscious right now, right? That's the real reality of the situation, right? Yeah, people going out, it's like, well, what if I'm not ready to interact with people? What if they don't? That kind of thing. It's not a welcoming reality. But honestly, it's not as dreadful as it may seem. It might be more dreadful at first, but I don't think people are out there to bite you most of the time. At least I like to believe that. Those who are not connected solely on the internet. It would be very difficult to convince someone otherwise.
Señores.
Like,
Gómez.
of that thought.
Y Flores.
If you spend most of your time on the internet.
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde? Son.
¿Dónde
de ustedes.
Ah! Oh, oops. De donde son. I got... yeah, I'm not paying attention. My bad. Alright.
Señores. Gómez.
That's enough digression for today.
Flores. De.
Always appreciate
ustedes.
the company. You always appreciate the company. Oh, no. Just got started. That was the end of the lesson. Okay, alright. Got this. I need to go to the bathroom.
Señores.
Sorry, too much information.
Gómez y Flores. ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde? Ustedes. Son. Ustedes.
¿Cómo
so
son las
redundant.
ciudades de México?
¿Cómo son las ciudades de México?
Amanda quiere unas vacaciones en México. Amanda quiere.
Vacation,
Vacaciones.
Unas vacaciones.
Unas.
No. Quiere vacaciones en unas ciudades.
Amanda
México.
quiere unas vacaciones en México.
Oh, en México.
Ciudades. Unas.
Wait,
Amanda quiere unas vacaciones en México.
that's feminine. Right.
México.
Vacaciones is feminine.
¿Cuántos jefes tiene este negocio?
¿Cuántos jefes tiene este negocio? By the way, that edamame pasta, mixed it with some pesto. Oh, now you're just triggering me. And chicken. Okay, I mean, yeah. I mean, you could completely skip the chicken and you got pesto. Listen, pesto, just pour it on anything, okay? I swear, I need to like get myself a lifetime supply of pestos. Like, if someone told me they made lasagna and instead of using tomato sauce they use pesto, sign me up. Just throw I don't what is the most absurd thing to put pesto on? I don't know. I'm willing to try it. Pesto on vanilla ice cream? Sure, why not? Let's just give it a shot. I'm trying to think of something like maybe possibly plausible, but also very gross or sus. Like, I might as well try it. Because, like, if you throw pesto on something, I mean, it's a quality of life item. You don't even need to prepare it or anything. Yeah, and it has a wonderful shelf life. And because of, like, the ingredients that are involved, yes, it could oxidize, but generally the ingredients itself is very, like, spoilage is not egregious because the components that go into pesto are very healthy. Like they keep the bugs away. So it does leave you smelling, but hey, that's what happens. Good stuff. I can pesto. I need some pesto now. Next to like a life supply of kimchi or something. Okay. How many bosses are in this business? Oh, estate business. How do they? How many bosses does this business have? Oh my gosh. That's a way to phrase that.
La escuela quiere comprar unas computadoras.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fairly healthy too. It's just really calorie dense. Yep. Yeah. The calorie denseness is, you know, healthy things. That's probably a great hot take, like a deep cut. Not a hot take, but a great deep cut here. Healthy things can still be calorie dense. So one can still become unhealthy from eating lots of healthy things. It's one of those things. Like, you got to keep in mind, like, some people think, oh yeah, because peanut butter, right, is incredibly like unsweetened or like natural peanut butter organic. It's so good. That doesn't mean scooping that into your mouth isn't going to cause you to gain weight. It's calorie dense. Healthy things are actually quite, a lot of them are dense in calories because it's healthy and whole. I feel like there's such a misnomer with the idea like, oh, how this thing is not healthy. There's so much calories in it. It's like, avocado? Avocado? So it is such a shame that our body don't be handling the calorie denseness. Honestly, what a life would it be? How would you feel about it? What a life would it be to have a breakthrough where, I mean, okay, we're not going to talk about like accessibility of food and resources and whatnot. That's fair enough. That's understandable. But the life of being able to experience food with the stuff you wanted to eat, man, that's such a utopian thing. How like, granted, if we're eliminating, so we're not considering the thing about food shortage and feeding the population and stuff, but think about if the one concern about the quality of food, like the meeting the satisfaction of eating, think about making food one of the solutions to making people happy without the consequence of overeating, right? Like, instead of the resources going into, like, I don't know, weapons, they just eat and the conflict resolves itself because food is always good. That is such a weird. I need an anime and a science fiction that creating a potential utopia based around the idea that almost all solutions and resources are contributed to the development of food because food resolves conflicts, as opposed to all the other resources we contribute to, like weapons and stockpiling rare materials. Could be a Black Mirror. Black Mirror is coming back, by the way. I saw Netflix drop the new trailer for the next Black Mirror. It's been a long time. I am excited. Even if it falls flat or something not ambitious, I'm on board. The next Black Mirror season was teased, so I'm excited. But that would be amazing. Like, food engineering, right? So, food engineering. Like, imagine instead of space racing or racing towards like money accumulation, product development, or like entertainment, it became food. Because food, the one contentious nature of its demand is, yes, it's always in demand, but it's in demand moderated. But if that cap was removed, how much of it would it distill into resolving conflict? Because food is generally always good, so you can resolve things based on food. Like, okay, you have money, I have money, but what's better than money? I'll give you food. You'll give me food. I need a science fiction like thought experiment show about this. Like, what happens if one of all the downsides of food, like theoretically, some of the major downsides of food, like regulation and supply and stuff, supplants other things. Currency would be replaced by food, because if food is more valuable, right? If food, like, this is absurd to say this, but if food is more valuable than the paper money that we use for currency, that sounds like an excellent, wonderful thought experiment. I'm not saying all of this happens. There's just so many things, but my thought is, oh man, there's something so unadulteratedly pure and visceral about saying, okay, I can't give you millions of dollars every day, but what if I told you you can eat the food you want to eat, assured, every day, in exchange for the millions of dollars every single day? And my thought was, who would be, like, across a whole human sampling, who would be more happy over their course of their life? All the money or the food? Now, we're not, of course, you can do the thing like, well, what if they use the money to buy the food? The exchange is you would live in a universe where food is not always good versus a universe where food is always good. Which universe would you go? Would you take the red pill or would you take the blue pill? And my thought was, oh my gosh, like, you can't eat money, and money is always arbitrarily viewed as bad or good. You're passing on, no, but food is always good. Remember, like, we're making the condition that you take away the drawbacks of food. So we're talking about diabetes, obesity, food allergies. We're talking about that. Instead of using a world in which you leverage money, right, and all the other things to compensate for happiness. And like, yeah, but you wouldn't be fat anymore. Like, and I'm not saying, you might be thinking, no way, this can't happen. It's like, well, that's kind of what we're trying to do, right? Technology, science, pharmacology, and whatnot, they're trying to find a way to mitigate a lot of the things we rely on. One of the things that, in my opinion, online and everywhere, vastly outweigh the happiness of others. When you talk about money, you have a whole spectrum of suspicion, skepticism, pros and cons, negatives and stuff. But when you think about food, the joy of food, which unifies so much of culture, like, it transcends language, right? Because it's a visceral experience. It's so much closer to the human aspect. Take all the R&D from, now I'm just being very general and hyperbolic, but take all the R&D of weapons making and the hostility and the cultural clashes, supplant it with food development. That sounds like a crazy, wonderful thought experiment. not that it's possible now, because it's like a chicken or the egg thing, right? Natural habitats and evolution and adaptation and whatnot occurred the way they occurred because humans don't have that type of clairvoyance, right? But it would be a fun show to watch. Just thinking, hey Sub-Zero, you know, I think you suck a lot, so here's some food to make you suck less. I mean by your mood, sucky mood, not like your personality or something. Like people solve problem by eating. You know, like that sounds so amazing. We still do it now, but it's second fiddle. It's second fiddle. Why do I think food as a solution is second fiddle? Because you can't eat too much of it, and you can become dependent on food. Right? It has to be moderated. So it's moderated with everything else, like money and drinks, right? And drink is not necessarily part of food all the time, because coffee and energy are so big and dependent that they might even seem exclusive from consuming food, the solid food. And then you have like entertainment, right? Various forms of entertainment, whatever is to your fancy. And my thought was, man, if food's moderation problem and supply, right? Because money has that too, and entertainment has that, content has a finite amount. That'd be so amazing. It's such a wonderful way to think. Like online is unanimous. Like we're not unanimous, but it's almost hotly. It can be debatable, but I would say I would have more people who agree with me that food is programming and stuff and things that dealing with food and trying to relate based on food is ultimately a win-win most of the time compared to other forms of ways to provide humans with some appreciation for their happiness and their quality of life, like money. Money is up in there. It's a mixed bag. Well, when you have someone celebrating and just like, oh, this food is so good, it's far less likely to be viewed as a negative stimuli than the other stuff. Like entertainment. Oh, this show sucks. It's like, I don't agree with the show. This show sucks. Like, this character sucks. Or, I love this character, right? You still have that. But when you think of food, it's still largely more positive than anything else. Like, when someone enjoys a pizza, it's like, wait. You gotta try this pizza. You gotta try this. But the problem... And then you enter a problem. Moderation. Fat. Health. Sucks. Like, don't even at me right now. I would be like, what? 1,000 calories and it's not a problem? Come to Papa. It's like, I'm feeling sad right now. Throws back a pint of ice cream. It's such a gluttonous thing, but I think food is easily one of the sinful universals of human condition. And it's a shame that there are, you know, the current natural state of society, we contribute so much R&D to things that tangentially make food even more of a problem than they are an asset to conflict resolution. Like, hey, what do you guys want to do today? It's like, let's just gorge on some ice cream to make us feel better. Yeah. As opposed to, like, I can give you real actual comparisons. Like, oh yeah, no, let's just drown ourselves in antidepressants and stimulants instead to offset our mood, right? And it sucks because I can't do that. I can't give someone like, hey, ice cream makes you happy. Here's all the ice. Here's 3 quarts of ice cream. Go to town. Make yourself. As opposed to the alternative. What's the alternative? Buy some antidepressants, drink some alcohol, right? There are so many other things that compete with food, largely because, in my opinion, weight sucks, calories, like the detriments of excess eating kind of takes away from that. But when people enjoy food, it's like, it's electric. It doesn't need language. I mean, you might not even need to see it because you can smell it. You can hear food. Like when you eat, it's cross-modal, right? And there are enough scientific evidence, in my opinion, to demonstrate that the more senses you tackle while eating, seeing your food, hearing your food, feeling your food, the crunch, smelling your food, they're there, and hearing your food, the crunch is causing a hearing effect. It's such a wonderful, accessible thing. Innovation and workforce would stop completely. We would all be at home eating and surviving by default. I know, right? Obviously, there would be like, in a science fiction world, you would have to figure out how they balance being productive and just plain gorging on your food. But it would be a little bit more toned down version. Like, how would people eat, right? Do they work to eat? Think about that. That's so crazy. I mean, think about like, oh, I have to go to work, because if I go to work and I work for 3 hours, I get to eat, because the eating is the most important part. It's the most delightful part of someone's life. But this is not true in the current society. In fact, I actually think most people don't even care enough about what they have to eat, because it takes a lot of effort. And I'm not calling the people lazy. I'm saying they believe in their life there's a lot of more important things, and sure enough, it might actually be more important than eating a healthy diet, or eating a diet that makes them happy and at the same time not be overweight or unhealthy, right? But boy, do people's lives change so much when they tweak and able to make food an exciting part of their lives. Like, I'm saying this because I didn't look forward to eating at all. Like, it was not until I was 28, maybe 29, when I started thinking, oh, hey, lunchtime is coming up. This is an opportunity to go explore something else. Because now I'm properly not calorically surplus to enjoy some food. Like, you have to wait to enjoy food, right? If you enjoy food. And then because of that wait and that moderation and all the necessary things, we decided to, in my opinion, in the United States, decide to make it as convenient as possible. And in my opinion, even that convenience cheapened food. Not in so many ways than greediness, making money, being unhealthy. That convenience cheapened the aspect of food, right? Like, only recently has there been increasing more appreciation for food exploration and cooking and whatnot. It goes to show you that food really does play second fiddle to like video games as a dopamine source, and I don't know, content creation and doom scrolling. I mean, don't even get me started on how people prefer to doom scroll and jam their mouths with non-pesto products. Yes, I'm biased. You should be jamming some pesto. Some homemade pesto with some edamame pasta instead of your, like, I don't know, your six pound bag of Doritos or something while doom scrolling. Because personally, even if you're doom scrolling like fitness nutritionists and stuff, it still doesn't cause the person to want to invest in their eating habits. Imagine. All right, I'm done spilling about food. I always wanted to write books, or I wanted other people to write books, because I suck at writing books about like these hypothetical situations. Like, who cares about a utopia about having one, uniformed hive mind? I want a science fiction that deals with the idea that food has supplanted the international currency of humankind. What then? What then? Like, people barter with food. I mean, you could kind of say, well, isn't that just like the old times? It's like, yes, but now we want a modern society take on on bartering with food. Simpler times, while at the same time complicated. All right.
La escuela quiere comprar unas computadoras. La escuela quiere comprar unas computadoras.
Oh, la escuela quiere comprar unas computadoras.
Unas computadoras.
¿Dónde estudian Juan y María?
I only say this now, but I really dislike eating back then. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if whatever I'm saying is not that much of a hot take because people relate to it, but lots of the younger kids nowadays, they're not interested in maximizing or increasing their food. But for me, like, the older I get, the more I'm like, yeah, food, it's indescribable. It's almost irreproducible too by experience, right? Whatever you think food tastes good is probably very indescribable to someone else. Even when you're watching someone eat, it's like you can't. The closest thing to what you're describing for me are my occasional sugar-free energy drinks. It's something like crack to you and you don't really feel guilty, just a pure enjoyable. I was gonna lean into that energy drink thing, right? Modern science. Consumer science, R&D, the sugar-free thing, sugar substitutes. Now, yes, there are like still extraneous circumstances, but these are the consequences of R&D, right? Now, imagine R&D elsewhere being channeled into these things. Like, how do we make the wonderful taste of garlic and crushed basil and olive oil emulsion taste so good, but at 1/10 the caloric density? Food. I need some R&D, folks, please. How can we? It is happening though. I'm not saying it's not. There are like lots of money being invested, especially in the United States. The United States has an incredible investment, and it's obviously it's also a business and whatnot, but attempting to make this, like, how can you slam back some pasta that tastes like edamame, but at 1/10 the cost that rivals wheat-based pasta? You see what I mean? Like, give me that, please. Whoever is like the genius of like science, what do you call it? Like gastronomy witchery to make food that I like, but without the short-sightedness, with the customization, like food that gives me exactly the amount of calories that are normalized to my preferences or my requirements without sacrificing any taste. That sounds like a utopia to me. Like, for example, this is a Star Trek reference. I love Star Trek. It's already been said, but disclaimer, I really like Star Trek. Like, what did they have those? They have materializers, right? Like, you bleep bleep bleep, the photons are reconstructed. Like, photonic energy is constructed to create the food of your choice, right? But their properties can be altered, but the sensation and the feeling is mimicked. So then you can, like, how can you have the pleasure of chugging back a Mountain Dew with all its glorious sugarcane sugar, but none of the calories? And sugar-free energy drinks are a example of that can come true, and still continue R&D just in case like these things happen, right? I would love to go to my local bubble tea place, which there isn't one here, and be like, yo, hit me up, I'll be back tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, and it'll be like as much as a cost of a bottle of water, right? R&D, cost effectiveness, and no drawbacks on my blood sugar. And right, if you drink bubble tea every day, you're probably gonna have you're probably gonna be diabetic very soon. So that kind of thing. Like think about this: having synthetic, I know this sounds crazy, but having synthetic Wagyu at like competitive prices, but no animal was harmed because it's synthetic, and it gave you that melt in your mouth feeling in which you feel like your heart is gonna skip a beat, but it doesn't lead to pre-hypertension and a possible heart attack in like a matter of months from consumption. Oh jeez. Honestly, I never had the opportunity to eat Wagyu, but I almost feel like I'm already getting too old to even consume it without having a heart attack. And then all the other things involved. Dang. All right. That's enough about talking about an idealistic world or a utopian future.
El señor Pérez escribe unas cartas. El
señor Pérez escribe unas cartas.
¿Cómo son las universidades de Francia?
Okay.
Las mujeres estudian en las universidades de España. Las mujeres. Estudian en las universidades de España. Las mujeres estudian en las universidades de España.
Nosotras
somos madres. Okay.
Ellas no estudian con nosotras.
¿Por qué? ¿Con quién estudian?
Nosotras no hablamos francés.
¿Por qué no? Su madre es de Francia, ¿no? I kind of see some of these conversations actually happening, like, in actuality. It's just crazy to you how all the unhealthy junk food in the world that we crave so much just so happens to be unhealthy. I know, right? Like, why do I feel like there was natural substitutes that are generally as good? Sometimes it almost feels like a video game. Everything is balanced. Good food, there gotta be a catch. I know, right? Oh! The universe sucks sometimes. Like, the stuff that you're just like, oh, you would give up so many of your vices for some good food, but you can't have those good food because there's a catch. It's too good to be true. Like even the zero sugar calorie things, we're set to think that, right? It's like 0 calories and it tastes like Mountain Dew, my favorite drink of all time. Like, there's got to be a catch. It's like, oh yeah, it makes you diabetic. If you know what I mean. Like, life balance.
El señor Pérez a veces
trabaja en 2 universidades. Okay.
Los hombres Juan y Alberto. Hombre. Hombres.
Hombres. Hombres.
Ellas son las señoras.
Ellas son las señoras García y Castro. Castro.
La universidad tiene muchas.
Tengo unas preguntas para la maestra. Tengo
unas. Wait.
Tengo unas preguntas para la maestra.
Unas preguntas para la maestra.
Necesito unos libros en inglés.
¿Cuántos libros necesitas? For the record, though, I think life is. I'm not saying I don't like this life. I think if you're able to diversify and know moderation, there's so many aspects of life that's kind of nice. Because if something is so very efficient, then humans tend to hyper focus on it. Then maybe life becomes less colorful. That could be a Black Mirror episode too, right? When you hyper focus on one thing, everything else gets drowned out. So yeah, sure. That's why we keep aiming to diversify our food and R&D as well. It's a problem. It's a persistent, perpetual problem to be solved. Rafael tiene un examen y necesita leer muchos libros.
Ellas no estudian con nosotras.
¿Por qué? Okay, very good. For the next patch. For the next patch. One day, that would be the slang that we use. It's like, hey, my burger needs a patch update. Thanks. Can I also get the patch update for like the reduced calories, please? Thanks. I'll wait. No worries. Take your time. El perro grande y el perro pequeño son amigos.
Sonia es jugadora de béisbol. La clase.
La clase tiene tres hombres. Y cuatro mujeres.
Ellas nunca estudian los fines de semana.
Okay. They does not. They never study.
Mi hermano y yo somos de París. Nosotros hablamos francés y estudiamos español básico en la escuela. El español es difícil.
Básico, that's subject, right? El hermano hablar. No, they totally habla. ¿Es de España? No es de España. No habla francés? That's wrong. Oh, el español es difícil. Okay, fine. Or imagine burgers and pizza was healthy before, but they nerfed it in a patch and we all forgot about it. You're too sober for this. Yeah, I feel like the balance patches, we need to stop with the balance patches. Nature needs to stop with the balance patches. You know what I mean? We need to make food a little bit more slightly OP as opposed to like trying to balance food. I'd rather be able to present the most delicious, unhinged OP cake to someone to make them feel better than having to spend, in my opinion, a substantially diminished return and gamble on other alternatives to make the person happy. That's probably what I mean. Oh yeah, exercise is a meta right now too. And to balance that, we have the exercise meta. You gotta min-max your exercise in order to compensate for the crippling balance patches that were applied to food. Jeez. Marco no quiere. It's so balanced that there are kids who prefer to just eat the the same thing every single day because it got nerfed so hard that it's not even worth investing in. They rather up their video game skills than make their eating experience better. It's such a like second-hand characteristic now. And that's coming from a real place. I think the apathy is associated with unhealthy eating, or maybe a lack of concern for their eating. There's no interest in it. Gotta make it OP again. Marco no quiere comer más. Oh, trabajar más. Okay. Ellos hablan. Él habla. Remy y Julián son de Francia. Ellos hablan francés. Claro. Miguel y Pedro son. Ustedes son jugadores.
Miguel y Pedro.
Ustedes
son jugadores.
Jugadores de béisbol.
Béisbol.
Okay. I could talk about this all day long. I think making the parallelisms between video games, which is at its height right now for dopamine, and framing old stuff like exercise and health, like we're not gonna beat down exercise, like making exercise and food appealing to compete in the same language and vernacular as video games and doom scrolling may be a potential way of trying to create that balance for a functional thing, not instead of like making jokes about idealism and utopian thoughts. I think it's a very great way to normalize it. El jardín. Jardín is garden, right?
Vikram visita a su abuela enferma en el hospital.
Aw.
Hola, abuela. ¿Cómo te sientes hoy?
¿Cómo te sientes hoy?
Esta habitación es muy triste. No tiene color.
Aww. Oh, that's where the plant comes in.
Hoy es un bonito día. Quiero salir y disfrutar el sol.
Okay. Salir is to go out, right? Yeah. Sol.
Pero no me siento muy bien ahora.
No.
Lo siento, abuela.
Me encanta trabajar en el jardín de mi casa.
No.
Ah, tengo una idea.
Oh, he's gonna bring a piece of the garden to her.
Un momento.
20 minutos después, Vikram entra en la habitación con 2 grandes plantas.
No. Although I'm not sure if you can do that in a hospital. Wait, aren't they in the hospital? Yeah, they're in a hospital. I'm not sure if you can bring gigantic plants. Maybe a tiny one. But you gotta catch them sleep. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Sub-Zero. Good luck. Good luck. Thanks for the convo. Always a pleasure. Good luck with everything. Good luck with your other things. You know? I would love to hear about what you end up doing. Be creative.
Estas son de tu casa.
Oh, he got him from her house. Nice.
Y también tengo unas flores de tu jardín.
Mis plantas y mis flores.
Aw. Wait, what's the difference? Oh, flowers and plants. Yeah.
Ahora tienes tu jardín aquí.
Qué bonito, mi amor. Muchas gracias, Vikram.
No, that's cute. Jardín. Jardín. ¿Cómo te sientes? Triste. Oops. Enferma. A disfrutar. Hey. We gotta throw that back. That's such a cute story.
Vikram Visita a su abuela enferma en el hospital.
Hola, abuela. ¿Cómo te sientes hoy?
Esta habitación es muy triste. No tiene color. Hoy es un bonito día. Quiero salir y disfrutar el sol.
I wonder what they did with the... Is this a generated voice? It's pretty good.
Pero no me siento muy bien ahora.
Lo siento, abuela.
I feel like most of the stories aren't generated. This is before the time, but maybe not. I don't know.
Me encanta trabajar en el jardín de mi casa.
Some of these are quite good.
Ah, tengo una idea. Un momento.
Veinte minutos después, Vikram entra en la habitación con dos grandes plantas.
I'm pretty sure that I feel like the stories are separate from the synthetic ones that they use for the other lessons.
Estas son de tu casa.
Something is different about their performance.
Y también tengo unas flores de tu jardín.
Mis plantas y mis flores.
Ahora tienes tu jardín aquí.
¡Qué bonito, mi amor! Muchas gracias, Vikram.
Yeah. Definitely. Like, some of these are really good. Abuela. Después. Habitación. También enferma. Okay. Alright, let's go. Alright.
Mucho.
Contento.
Hombres.
Hijos.
Nosotros
estudiamos mucho. Alright, let's focus.
Nosotras somos mujeres. Mujer.
I see you.
Nosotras.
Nosotros somos Carla y Ana. Carla.
Miguel y yo siempre estudiamos en la biblioteca.
Oh boy. Trabajo con los hombres de España. Oh. Keyboard.
Nosotros somos hombres.
Hombres.
Hombre.
Tricky.
La clase
La clase tiene
tres
3 hombres y 4 mujeres.
Lo siento, no hablamos español.
Ella es mi madre, Carla. Somos de Cuba. Nosotras hablamos poco inglés.
Carla no habla bien inglés.
Esta oficina tiene 10 mujeres.
Mariana habla con las mujeres.
Nosotras no somos las jefas en esta oficina.
¿Okay? La universidad. Tú y yo hablamos inglés. Inglés. Very well, muy bien. Nosotros somos estudiantes de Europa. Lo siento, no no hablamos español.
Dormir.
Dormir.
Bebé.
Bebé.
Ciudades.
Ciudades.
Nuevo.
Yo quiero
trabajar en 2 universidades.
Ellas son estudiantes en la universidad. Sí. Son.
Las mujeres.
Las mujeres estudian en las universidades de España.
4 o 5 ciudades.
4 o 5 ciudades.
Las mujeres estudian.
Ah! Did that say estudia or estudian? I kind of
Este
talked
pueblo
over it.
no tiene universidades.
Dang it.
Mi mamá y mi papá hablan poco español. Ellos son de Inglaterra.
I guess you could say they're ingleses. Son ingleses? Is that how that? Oh, I didn't even realize you had is. Yeah, estudian. Okay.
Yo estudio las ciudades de México.
Ellas son Amanda y Andrea.
Las ciudades de Canadá.
Los hombres, hombres son de Nueva York. Ellos, oh, whoops, I cut out the pronoun. Whoops. I was cutting to the chase there.
¿Cómo?
¿Cómo
son universidades las de Francia?
Ellos son estudiantes en la universidad. Hablan francés. Ellos hablan. Él habla. ¿Eh?
Las mujeres estudian español. Estudian.
Ellos son los hombres. Ellos son los hombres de Nueva York. Okay. All right.
Su.
¿Cuánto?
Su. ¿Cuándo? ¿Cuánto?
Jugador.
También.
María y Carla.
María y Carla, ¿ustedes son amigas?
Amigas.
Aquí. Conmigo.
Dormir.
Carla
y Ana, ¿ustedes estudian los fines de semana?
Mi padre siempre trabaja los fines de semana. ¿El señor Flores tiene muchos negocios?
¿Quién tiene muchos negocios? Muchos.
La universidad tiene muchas estudiantes.
Miguel y Pedro, ¿ustedes son jugadores de béisbol?
Miguel y José son jugadores de fútbol.
¿Ustedes son jugadores?
Jugadores.
Oh,
Jugadoras.
there it is. Okay.
Yo tengo muchas amigas en esta clase.
Sonia. Sonia es una jugadora de béisbol. How did I screw up? Oh, I wrote una, but they didn't. It wasn't required. That's fine.
La biblioteca
La biblioteca
tiene
muchos
libros.
La secretaria lee muchas cartas. Ellos nunca estudian estudian en fines de semana. Oh. Wait. Oh, los. Oh, right. On the los. Whoops. María y Carla. Ustedes son amigas. Sure, they went with ellas as well. Ellas nunca estudian los fines de... I gotta be careful about that one.
Mucho. ¿Cuánto? Esposo.
Disfrutar.
Ellas son las...
Ellas son las señoras García y Castro.
¿Cuánto? Esposo.
Siempre escribir.
Señores
Herrera y Lázaro, ¿ustedes estudian portugués? Wow. Lázaro.
Señores Castro y García, ¿de dónde son ustedes? Señores. Señor Ortega, usted siempre está en el trabajo. Usted necesita unas vacaciones ahora.
Ya, trabaja mucho.
Martín tiene unos amigos de México.
Hijo, habla, mamá. Necesito unas vacaciones. ¿Quieres comprar un boleto a España conmigo?
La madre quiere unas vacación con su hijo. Las señoras, los señores. Yo tengo una hija. Okay.
José habla con unos estudiantes de Cuba.
Mucho gusto, señoras.
Amanda quiere vacaciones en México. Unas vacaciones.
La escuela quiere comprar unas computadoras.
¿Cuántos las mujeres? ¿Cuántas mujeres? Oh, I'm not sure if I could get away with that. Let's see. ¿Cuántas mujeres? Mujeres son de Mexico. I don't think I can get away with this without an article. Oh! I can. Interesting. I was gonna be on the safe side and... I guess yeah. ¿Cuántas hijas? ¿Cuántas hijas tú tienes? Oh, I've got the accent mark. That's fine. ¿Cuántas mujeres? Okay. I'm feeling out some of these arrangements.
Las mujeres estudian español en Cuba. Estudia.
Largely by how it sounds. Ellos son los hombres de Nueva York. Ellos nunca estudian los fines de semana.
Nosotras no somos las jefas en esta oficina.
Señores García y Castro, García, ¿de dónde son ustedes?
Señores Herrera y Lázaro, ¿ustedes estudian portugués?
Pedro y Juan, ¿de dónde son ustedes?
Nosotros somos los jefes en la oficina. Oh, no somos los jefes en la oficina. Oh, esta. Dang it, this.
Señores. Gómez y Flores. ¿De dónde son ustedes?
¿De dónde son ustedes? Oh, or usted. Oh, or usted. Oh, okay. I see what you're...
Martín. Miguel y Martín. ¿Qué estudian ustedes?
Pedro y yo no son los jefes y somos. Oh, we? Wait. Oh, Joe. Whoops. Me. I'm included in it, not the person named Joe.
Señores Castro y García, ¿de dónde son ustedes?
Nosotros somos los jefes en esta Esta oficina. I wrote in instead of N! Oh my gosh, dude. What is this typoing? Typoing. Massive typoing. It's so annoying now. Alright. Keep going.
Carla y Ana, ¿ustedes estudian los fines de semana?
¿Ellos hablan inglés o español?
Jugador.
Ellos hablan con unos amigos. Ellos hablan con unos amigos.
Estudia.
Mi hermano y yo somos de París. Nosotros hablamos francés y estudiamos español básico en la escuela. El español es difícil.
Señores.
¿Cuántos? Amigos. ¿Tienes?
Oh,
La
the other way.
maestra tiene muchos estudiantes.
No necesito vacaciones.
Miguel y Martín. ¿Qué ustedes?
We're gonna do ellos están estudiando las ciudades de Europa.
¿Cómo son las universidades de Francia? ¿Cómo son las universidades de Francia?
Señor Rivera. Rivera. No. ¿Quieres unas vacaciones? Ustedes. Usted.
Ellos
quiere.
estudian las ciudades de Europa.
Personalized practice. Go, go, go.
Ebla.
Yo como un sándwich, una hamburguesa. Una hamburguesa, por favor.
Laura, ¿tienes la cartera?
Sí, tengo un hermano y una hermana. Un hermano y una hermana.
Ella es una mujer. Things are getting a little bit more complicated now from their personalized practice. Kind of see it.
Yo quiero pagar la cuenta.
This is going really far back. So. Oh, sorry. I didn't know why that took me a long time. Bruno vive con mi hermano. Carmen trabaja con mi hermana.
Pedro, ¿quieres mi...
Pedro, ¿quieres mi número de teléfono?
Juan es de España.
Tienes mi número de teléfono.
¿Ella es estudiante? Ella es estudiante.
Yo hablo portugués y español.
¿Quieres mi teléfono? Yo vivo en México.
Yo vivo en México. Yo vivo...
Ana. Quiere
ser camarera. Ups.
Yo vivo en Estados Unidos.
Yo vivo en los Estados Unidos. It's either. That's
Ana
yes.
quiere ser camarera.
Ana vive. Ana cerca de what? Quiere ser. What?
Ana quiere ser camarera.
Oh. Ana quiere ser camarera.
Yo vivo en Estados Unidos.
Oh, it doesn't matter because I'm supposed to be typing what she says, not what I want to say. So it's a transcript.
Sí.
Sí, yo quiero ser maestro de francés.
El número de teléfono.
Pedro,
¿quieres mi número de teléfono?
¿Eres de España?
Lo siento, yo no hablo portugués.
José, ¿hablas portugués?
What the? Oh.
Yo vivo con mi familia en México.
Un fin de semana con mi novia.
Ana quiere ser camarera.
Juan es de España. Juan es de España.
Mi perro come carne.
Mi perro come carne.
¿Tienes un perro?
¿Tienes un perro? Oh, oops. ¿Tienes un perro? I thought that was a speech thing. Okay.
Mi amiga Sofía es de España.
Señora, usted es médica.
Señorita Rivera, usted es una maestra.
Okay, that was a little weird. That was probably a unit about professions. Yeah, like here. Ella no tiene un teléfono. Oh, oh yeah, celular is one too.
El niño es cubano.
Oh, it is. Whoops. Oh, whoops.
Yo vivo en un pueblo en España.
Oh, not de España, not Spanish town. Oh, yeah, that's fine. It is. I keep getting them mixed up. Oh, that's so frustratingly annoying that I keep doing the you into me, not the I into them. Yo quiero ser
español.
Oops. Soccer players.
Welcome back to Lucy is Listening, where I uncover hidden messages in everyday conversations. Before we listen in, here are some words you should know.
Estudiamos.
Fútbol.
Jugadoras.
Jugadores. Ustedes.
I'm your host, Lucy, and today we're listening to some odd characters on campus.
¿Ustedes son estudiantes de esta universidad?
Sí, mi amigo Luis y yo estudiamos aquí. ¿Y ustedes son amigas? ¿Y ustedes son amigas?
Sí, somos 5 amigas.
¿De dónde son?
Nosotras somos de Guatemala. Nosotras somos de Guatemala.
¿Son estudiantes también?
Sí, y los fines de semana nosotras somos jugadoras de fútbol.
They're soccer players on the weekend? Sure, that's what they want us to think. Sounds like a cover for secret agents in disguise.
Oh, come on. What's wrong with
I'll
soccer
get to the
players?
bottom of this. Remember, I'm always listening.
Yeah, sometimes the web animation doesn't work. Alright.
Los hombres
son de Francia.
Las estudiantes hablan inglés.
La estudiantes habla inglés. Hablan. Oops. I said hablan.
¿Ellos hablan inglés o español?
Estudiamos.
¿Cómo son las universidades de Francia?
Oh, sure. Nosotros. Just to practice. Nosotros hablamos. No hablamos portugués.
Ellos estudian las ciudades de Europa.
Miguel y Rebeca. Nunca estudiamos. No estudian.
Sí, ellos siempre estudian para la clase. Ellas son
Sara y Gloria. Quiero trabajar en 2 universidades. Trabajar. Oh, no.
La clase
La clase
tiene 3 hombres y 4
4 mujeres. Esta oficina tiene 10 mujeres. Nosotros no hablamos inglés. Nosotros somos hombres. Do I need a no?
El
señor García tiene muchos amigos, muchos años.
Señores Herrera y Lázaro, ¿ustedes estudian portugués? Las jugadoras de
fútbol hablan inglés.
Amanda
quiere unas vacaciones en México. El niño quiere ser jugador de fútbol.
Juan, ¿tienes
muchas preguntas?
Mucho gusto, señoras.
José.
José habla con unos estudiantes de Cuba.
Inglaterra tiene muchos jugadores de fútbol.
¿Cuántos jefes este negocio? ¿Cuántos jefes tienes? ¿Tienes jefes? ¿Tiene? ¿Cuántos jefes este negocio tiene? Dang it! Wait. Tiene oh, yeah. Tiene, yeah.
¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston?
Pedro
y
María.
María.
Hablan.
Yes, you could say
Usted
ustedes
habla
hablan inglés versus hablan ustedes inglés. Oh no. It begins. Señor Pérez. Está escribiendo. Oh, escribiendo. ¿Yeah? Escribiendo unas cartas. Dang. ¿Está escribiendo? Oh, I'm actually kind of curious. It sounded better with this. It is escribir, escribir, but, huh.
María y Carla. Son amigas.
¿Por qué trabajas los fines de semana?
¿Por qué trabajas los fines de semana? ¿Cuántos jefes tiene este negocio? I really want to know. Señor Pérez. Está. I guess not. I'll just escribe las cartas. I'll just wait. It's fine. It's getting late. Let's complete this.
Inglaterra
tiene muchos jugadores de fútbol.
¿Cuántos hombres?
¿Cuántos hombres?
Yo tengo muchas amigas en esta clase.
Ellos son los jefes en oficina.
Señores Gómez y Flores, ¿de dónde son ustedes?
I don't remember their names.
Señores Gómez y Flores, ¿de dónde son ustedes? Señores Gómez y Flores, señores Gómez y Flores, ¿de dónde
Gómez
son ustedes?
y Flores. Hola, estoy de volta, señor Mac. Estoy de volta is I'm back. Yeah, I know.
Señores Gómez y Flores, ¿de dónde son ustedes? Señores Gómez y Flores, ¿de dónde son ustedes?
I don't know if that's how you spell their name. Wait, ¿de dónde son?
Señores Gómez y Flores, ¿de dónde son ustedes?
Not good with names, I can tell you that. Oh, Flores with an S, okay. And then Gomez. Not great with names, I can tell you that. There's so many names in this. Like, I think they used over 40 names now. Just keep going. In Japanese, they pick like 4 names. Stick to those 4 names. Yeah, I don't know if to return, I think that's still below B1, right? Yeah. In terms of my vocabulary, especially even if it's 20 years ago, I think my vocabulary was like B1, B2. So, reading is no problem. The constructing is probably the problem. Constructing is probably the weakest. Martin. You'll probably hear me say like, oh yeah, okay. Martin tiene unos amigos de México. I was gonna say something else, but not as funny after I said it in my head. ¿Cuántas hijas? ¿Cuántas hijas tienes? Rebecca y Sonia, so how was your wherever you were going? Me and Sub-Zero went a little bit off the rails when it came to talking about food in a conceptual way. Rebecca y Sonia son amigas en Facebook. I'm just kidding. Not how you say. That's how you say Facebook, but I just wanted to be a little dramatic.
Ellas son mujeres. Las de Francia.
You are using Microsoft Copilot for French conversation practice and you did some flashcards? Oh, that's nice. Oh, you know what? That's a great point about Microsoft Copilot. I could choose Microsoft Copilot instead of ChatGPT for my May start project. Huh. Nosotros no somos jugadores de fútbol.
¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston?
ChatGPT Premium's way better. It's not a competition. We're using what tools are available. It's free too. That's fine. Yeah, we're not really hitting the. It's not a competition. It's just using tools. I mean, we could even use Gemini. Like the voice gets choppy sometimes, it might just shut off. That's fine. We're not really using it for the voice. It's more for construction. But if it was, I'd be winning. Yeah. Yeah. We're just using it for construction. We've already reached a stage of pronunciation. Most of it is largely for construction. Like, give me an example of... I'm gonna read everything, both sides. So, that's not the intended functionality I'm looking for. So, yeah. Like, type me an example, I don't know. Type me of an example of a dietary plan for a, I don't know, for a marathon runner in Spanish. And then I'll just read it. And then I'll like customize it using Spanish and stuff. So more functionally learning than trying to have a role-playing conversation. I think most of my language learning is not going to be focused on having conversation directly, but acquiring conversation through writing and constructing and learning.
¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston?
It's very similar to how I acquired English, as opposed to those who focus primarily on conversational things. I think conversation is fantastic in the long run. However, I think learning a language and learning something while learning the language is kind of my wheelhouse. And I don't expect to be collaborating with anyone anytime in the future. I have a high pre-selection standard for doing that, so and it's gonna be in Chinese. Chinese is the first to go on the block. Spanish is not all the way until the end, and it's gonna be a different thing. It's gonna be comparing it to the other experiences. It's gonna be a dual max evaluation for the Spanish side of things first. It's interesting that the voice just cuts off. Maybe because of resource limitations, since you're not subscribing. Like, we're cutting you off now. Too much.
¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston?
I haven't decided what I'm gonna use though. That's a great point though. It's a good point to make. Like after 20 minutes, I'll talk and it just dies. Okay. Then you have to restart it. Oh, that's interesting. So, and then you start a new session and it goes for another 20 minutes and then it dies? Is it like reproducible? If it does, I'm guessing it's a timer of use, session use. That's kind of an interesting way of negotiating the things. Huh. We'll have to think about it. We're gonna, in May, we're just gonna sample a bunch of LLMs until we settle on one. It'll be fun. Sample around. But Copilot sounds like excellent. And then other things too. In fact, it might actually be kind of fun to generate to do what do you call those? Choose your own adventure or dungeon stories in a foreign language. You don't even have to start a new session. Like in the same kind, you can cancel the AI voice and then restart. Oh, that's interesting. I asked if there was a limit and it told me there wasn't. I don't believe it. It happens. Yeah, that sounds like it's a limit thing. That's fair. We can even do dungeon stories in a foreign language. I'll have to check. So it's gonna be a creative process. This is this is input, right? Input and translating. So we're trying to output now. And I understand some people are like, oh yeah, but then you might not do something. I understand. But for me, I really do believe that output balances input a lot. So I tend to have some sort of consistent input, but as well celebrate output. So I'm trying to incorporate some activities where we can use our output to gain constructed informed input. So like I want to ask something, like ask ChatGPT or Copilot, describe to me the premise of the first season of One Piece in Spanish. And then if it's like really complicated, can you describe to me in a simpler term in Spanish or like in Chinese? So what I'm doing, and I would use Chinese to ask that. So like, can you explain this to me in simpler Chinese or like easier to understand Chinese in Chinese? That's kind of the process that I'm thinking of, where that I would be doing things that I would normally do, but then I would be using construction to ask the appropriate questions and prompts and stuff in the target language. And it will be more like what I'm doing, you and me, all the time. Like, because the vast majority of my interactions are going to be like this. When someone says something that I can read really well, because most of the time I'm reading in vocabulary, so I can read, I have all the time to read, and then I can follow up with a question in the target language, because I'll be asking Copilot or the LLMs the same way as I would ask someone else. Like, oh, I see, you're telling me about your crazy game that you just had. Who won the game? Or did you enjoy the game? Those are going to be the questions that I would be like, can you describe to me what the game is like? I would then be more readily available in answering the questions. So that's kind of my next goal, or sort of my next immediate type of thing I want to simulate. Because largely, I think I learned far more, and it's useful to me because if I have the chance of meeting someone who happens to be a native speaker, perhaps, right? It would still be those questions that I would ask, and I would spend more time listening than speaking, because oftentimes when you listen, you're gaining a lot more from the stuff. So I acquired a lot of my English and my phonetics and my diction largely because I spent a lot of time listening to people. And when people are talking to me, I ask more questions and have them speak to me more than the other way around. And then one day, maybe like 3 years, 4 years, I will then start to write and write dialogue and seminars and notes, and that's how I speak most of the time, with my input references. So I don't typically speak to try to achieve in my personal opinion, I don't try to aim to mimic someone's colloquialism, but I try to encourage myself to output creatively along the way all the time. So right now I can't form all these thoughts in the target language, but I describe them as in much detail as I can on my thoughts out loud in English. And one day I can transition from that English to the target language. So, you know, occasionally you'll probably hear me like, well, I got that wrong. Like maybe like que lastima or something, right? Claro, like claro que sí, or something like no sé, right? Today is fine. Estoy muy contento con mi español.
¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston?
Let's see. The W. No, yaya. Sorry. Yaya. No. One day someone's just gonna type this. I don't know how Mandarins laugh. I don't know how how to laugh in Mandarin. What did they type? That's a good example. I mean that's a good thing. Yo, start showing. All right. Tell me how to laugh in Mandarin on the internet. I need more internet slang.
¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston?
¿Cuándo tienes las universidades? Boston? Oh, is haha, okay. Haha makes sense, and haha, okay, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I did see haha before. I think Churn used it. Oh, also, ooh. Wow, that's eclectic. Huh. I didn't get those characters yet. What the heck?
¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston?
Wait.
¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston?
Boston. Okay. Universidades tiene Boston. Son of a bee sting. Wait. Oh, I forgot to conjugate cuantas. Whoops. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just pretend that happened.
Yo estudio las ciudades de México. Yo estudio las ciudades de México.
Ciudades. Wait, oh, okay. You're studying Mexican cities. I'm having trouble just understanding what they're trying to say, really, because those are some weird ones. It could be, even in English, it's a little ambiguous. Nosotros nunca hablamos con Carlos. We never speak to Carlos. What did Carlos even ever do to you, man?
Tengo unas preguntas para la maestra. Tengo unas preguntas para la maestra.
Tengo unas preguntas para la maestra. Wait.
Tengo unas preguntas para la maestra. Tengo unas preguntas para la maestra.
Okay. I had a hard time hearing.
¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston?
All right. ¿Cuántas universidades tiene Boston? Boston. Okay.
Yo estudio las ciudades de México.
Okay. Oh. Long day. Our trophy. Let's go.
Juan.
Juan. ¿Tienes muchas preguntas? ¿Ne? ¿Qué? How do you say in Spanish, like, ne? How do you equivocate ne in Spanish? Juan. ¿Qué? Wait, how do you... What's ne? Oh. Sorry. Ne is like a filler word. It's a filler word for is it? Right? Verdad? Like Juan, no, verdad is not as not utilitarian. Oh, or de verdad. Oh, oh yeah, that's right. Or en verdad. Okay. Yeah, ne. I acquired ne so much now. Like I say ne after everything. If you listen to someone who's not very well spoken, in Japanese, like when they're answering a question, you're gonna hear ne in whenever they pause. So it's like. So I have a habit, but I don't have a Spanish habit of saying de verdad or en verdad. Yeah, I was confused. I thought, does he expect me to know what what means or what? My bad. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I say ne more than all the other filler words that yeah. Other than shema, right? 这是什么? Shema is just what? My father or en serio? Oh, interesting. En serio? What about French? You got a French filler word? Like what do French end with? I'm trying to like think of my impersonation of a French person. What do they... I'm like making hand gestures, trying to like elicit like a French thing. It's pronounced N with a nasally N. Nyet. In. N. I don't know how to do a nasally N. I get. Yeah, I know. I'll look it up. I'll hang on. I'm gonna write a note to myself. What is it? Okay. I'll look it up and get back to you on that. I like filler words. Filler words are fun. Yeah, ne. Ne is the classic filler word for Japanese. So, like, so desu. Ne? はい。そうですかね。Yeah, like, えっと、今月は、そうですね。Yeah. It's like, so, like, do you like this many questions? Like, this is kind of like, you know, like that? Dislike? Sorry, I can't do it without picturing a Western SoCal girl or an LA girl. You would have to look this up. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what I'm thinking about, but in the United States, there's a very characteristic like thing that I try to channel when I'm saying, like, isn't this just like the best thing in the world? Like, you know, like, this is like the coolest thing that's ever happened. Like, yeah, in Spanish, that like depends on the country. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, Spanish, too much. I don't even know what British people do. I should ask, who's my Brit guy? I should ask Procol what he uses as a filler word. Oh, now we're gonna go down a deep rabbit hole for people's filler. My English over the years, largely, you would make a conscious effort to replace the filler words with body language and or tempo changes in your like different types of speech. So whenever I say the word it would come with a pause. So whenever you hear filler words, I naturally have an inclination to change the pace of it in order to give it weight, as opposed to consistently stumbling across more words. So inevitably, I'm not as interesting with my filler words in English. Como or tipo is the general like, Is there a single syllable one? I really like eh. Eh was pretty good. But is there like a single syllable word? Who has a single syllable word? Like and ne. Ma. I guess ma would work in Chinese. It's just a question marker. Like ma. 这是什么? Nah, ma and ma kind of gets, it's kind of like ma and ma, I suppose. Tipo. Interesting. I was told that tipo also means uncle. Is that still on brand too? One. So, in Spain, apparently, hear me out, or in parts of somewhere, or yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So I've been told that it can, yeah, Tio can be mixed up, and then tipo was used alternatively as well, or something like tipo was used instead because of how bro became Tio. That's what someone, I think it was Nico said, like, oh, be careful, like, in case you could get it mixed up, like they might not be talking about someone's uncle. Yeah, be guy or dude. Yeah, the dude. That's what I remember.
Muchas.
¿Tienes muchas preguntas?
Pregunta.
Yo tengo unas amigas de Francia.
This guy here, este tipo. Ay de mí. I just kidding. Joking. That's all. That's what I think of when someone says this guy, like this guy here. Lost cause.
Yo tengo unas amigas de Francia.
Yo tengo. What?
Yo tengo unas amigas de Francia.
I swear I don't hear. I think I heard it. Unas. See, jeez, you guys are synthetic voices. It's okay. Okay. I'm fine. ¿Cuántos libros? ¿Cuántos libros necesitas?
No necesito vacaciones.
You thought of something kind of funny? Puerto Rico uses lots of Anglicisms in their Spanish, so they might just say English words with Puerto Rican accent. For example, hamburger, hamburger, bagel. Boxer is like underwater box. Oh, okay. Oh, so see, hamburger. Oh, okay. I get what you mean though. I do that with do you ever read things now in English with a French accent? What I mean is, like, I like reading English in different things. Because you can. It's kind of like a cheap way of trying to have. Yeah, I do it all the time, and I hope no one's like. I do it occasionally on stream, but I hope it's to illustrate how fun it is to understand the pronunciation stuff of other languages and then applying it to your own. So, like, it trips you out. I either do that or blank on a word and forget what it means. Yeah, I know, right?
No necesito vacaciones.
No necesito what? Vacaciones? Vacaciones. Like what would be this? Need. 我不要 我不需要 I guess 我不需要我不需要放假 我不需要放假 But how do I make this sound Mandarin? No No. What? No. No. Na. Sido. Sido. Vacaciones. Oh wow, that sounds really weird. I'm trying to like break down the syllables using anything that's close to. So no na tsu no na sido. The closest to that is probably ba ti ois. Oh, the last part I can't do because there's nothing really close to that. But yeah, fun fact about Puerto Rico Spanish: every final R or R before a consonant becomes an L. Okay, every final R or R before a consonant becomes an L. So, vuelto, vuelto, Rican. Interesting. Yeah, vuelto. Interesting. That's pretty cool. This is a pretty common in Caribbean Spanish. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I do a really strong pause roll on this because I'm practicing right now. I'm practicing getting loose on my. So I would do like a puer, right? Puer. To get used to my ending R's. But you could just puelto. That's cool. that's easier. That's funny. I haven't realized that. So jugar, you have jugol. Interesting. Fuerte becomes fuerte. Yeah, and people would probably just think of Puerto Rican. I see. I think my NRs are probably the strongest. Right now, my beginning R's are second, and my middle R's are non-existent. I can only 2-tap right now, which makes sense. It's been a really long time since I spoke. So, like, dormir, right? Dormir, or like Ramon, right? And then you have like arroz. It's like meh. Like arroz is probably the easier one, going from A. Arroz, not arroz, or yeah, arroz, right? Arroz is the closest I'm getting on my double R's right now. Carro, perro, like 2 or 3 taps for that part. So these are still 2 to 3 taps, but the rest are fine right now after some practice. It's been like 20 years since, it's been 2 decades since I've been practicing my R's. So we're kind of getting up to speed with it. That's fine. Another fun fact, because of British accent's influence in Costa Rica, they pronounce double R's as English R's. How does that work? I don't even know what an English R is. like pero? Oh, like just regular R, like a pero, like car. Oh, okay. Intriguing. Costa Rica. Yeah, like that. Pero. Like, oh, really? Oh, these are really fun facts. I had no idea there was Anglicisms that deep. Pero is still tapped. Pero. Oh, pero versus pero. I see. Ah, Intriguing. Very intriguing. I kind of like rolling my R's though. Why would you? I like NRs. NRs sound great. Like azúcar. Or estudiar, right? Vivir. I really like the ending makes it feel nice. The middle, I also like strong front R's. I don't know. What's a good? I keep thinking of names. It makes you feel Spanish. If I could speak French, honestly, like, okay, this might be a very stereotype thing, so excuse me, but if I learn French, I kind of want to have that panache, you know? Wait, that's not the word I'm looking for. but you know what I mean? Like, I would love to be able to at least flatteringly try to be an exaggeration every once in a while. It won't end up being my speaking voice, but for like entertainment purposes. Like my Japanese will not become like whatever you see, whatever the thing is. Like, I can't think of. I'm very bad with exaggerations. Like my Chinese doesn't sound very bombastic as well. It's not loud or anything. It just sounds like myself. But occasionally, when you want to like shock someone, it is kind of fun to be able to do it.
No necesito vacaciones.
Right?
Ellos no son estudiantes de inglés.
I think French is a fun one. For sure. French is something I would totally... If you're not being too overbearing, you've got a lot of Spanish racial fun. Pace them. Today it's getting late, so well, that's a lot of fun facts for today. I like them though. I probably will use them and share them. I enjoy fun facts, especially when given. Yeah, just save a few, save them here and there. They're very memorable things, right? They're very memorable things.
Ellos no son estudiantes de inglés.
What region of Spanish do you speak? Or are you like a dilettante of Spanish? I had no idea Puerto Ricans did the L thing for so long. Dominican? Okay, Dominican. Alright. I think the most exposure I have is probably Cubano and Mexicano. Yeah, most of them are Mexicano and or Cubano. The Puerto Ricans I've met in my life, they're second gens, so they tend to speak English. It's what you grew up around. You live in New York, so it's most common. Oh, interesting. Dominican is most common in New York. I'm from New York, but I didn't grow up in New York. And you have some Dominican extended family, so it seems ideal. Ah, I see. A little bit outside in the neighboring places, it's often like Floridian families. Which Floridian families tend to be like Cubano and or Puerto Rican, or a mix of Cubano and Puerto Rican. Also El Salvadorian and Guatemalan can be found in the neighboring states. One state over, like Pennsylvania. In fact, Duolingo is HQ'd in Pennsylvania. Actually, it's in Pittsburgh, and the CEO of Duolingo is Guatemalan. I'm not sure if there's a difference. You can save the fun facts. I'm sure you probably have some fun facts about Latina and like Central Americans. Most of the Guatemalans and El Salvadorians are second generation, so they don't speak Spanish, if at all, anymore. So their parents speak, but not them. So I don't often have an opportunity to hear if there is a difference. Honduran, maybe one Honduran in my life so far. But yeah, Dominican, huh? But yeah, in the general New York, New York metropolitan area, there's over 1 million Puerto Ricans and 700K, okay, Dominican. Oh, and 1 million now. So okay, so they're about. So even the Dominican is matching Puerto Rican. I see. Yeah, I think the vast majority of people I've met are second gen Puerto Ricans, but they don't openly speak Spanish too much. When I say Mexicano and Cubano is largely when you're like, with lack of a stereotype, but when you're in like housekeeping and stuff. I actually use my Spanish still, like my 20-year-old Spanish. That's about as much Spanish as I listen to and talk whenever. If I go traveling, and if you're in hospitality, if you like go to hospitality places like hotels and whatnot, you tend to, it's faster and more friendlier, I guess. Like they actually just say I say Japanese, they speak Spanish like by default, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine with me. It's kind of nice. Every like my most recent trip, the housekeeper, both of them were Latina. So, and I used to like volunteer, so I help out with like cleaning and whatnot, like housekeeping and stuff. So you get a lot of opportunity to encounter people that are in housekeeping and whatnot that end up speaking Spanish. You hear them a lot. It's kind of like how should I say? It's like walking into an Americanized Chinese restaurant, not expecting to hear like 2 or 3 people yelling in some Fujianese or some. It's usually Fujianese, but or some thing that sounds remotely like Mandarin. Yeah, lots of Puerto Ricans don't teach their kids Spanish, yeah, to help them assimilate. Yep, lots of Dominicans do though. Oh, interesting. Intriguing. So lots of second and even third gen Dominicans speak Spanish. Yeah, but Puerto Ricans are definitely less common. I agree. That's my impression too. Maybe for pragmatism, my parents are the same for Mandarin. Like the only time they stopped worrying about me learning other languages is when they already knew I made it with English, right? So early in our life, they literally ripped us and moved us to a English school, and yeah, and now I'm trying to learn again. But yeah, second gens, the family may end up just being very pragmatic. It's understandable. But that's pretty neat that Dominicans. Okay, give me one thing that makes Dominican Spanish stand out. Because I like from Mexican, is there something that differentiates very sharply between Mexican and Dominican? Because I wouldn't be able to tell. They also do the L thing. Oh, they don't. Oh, okay. So they also do the L thing. I see. And they don't pronounce S. And they drop final R's. What? Wait. I need to process that drop of the R. Jugar instead of jugar. Oh man, jugar. Comer? It's a comer. Oh. And then you accent it and it would still be different. That works. That works. Huh. I'll have to keep that in mind in the future. That's really neat. The L thing in combined with the... Interesting. So is this like a really sharp cut off, or do they kind of trail rispy? Like just straight up, there's no R sound at all? Oh, eta. I did hear eta before. Ah? Oh. It's just straight up gone. Okay. Oh, people don't like R's. I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to listen for it in the future. So I know that there's a high population. You'll give an example. Let me see. Okay. Okay, one example for the night. And then let me finish
Ellos no
this.
son estudiantes de inglés. Ellos.
Ellos son estudiantes.
Estudiantes. Ellos no son estudiantes de
Oh,
inglés.
no son estudiantes de inglés.
De inglés. Ellos no son estudiantes de inglés.
They are not students of English. Okay.
Señores Herrera y Lázaro, ¿ustedes estudian portugués?
I'm starting to think about how to like get rid of some of these R's. And like using the L's. So what about señores?
Señores.
So señores? No, there's no way. That sounds really weird. Señores de la Asalo. Signore. Oh, signore. Wow. Jeez. You've given me so many things to listen for right now. What about so with Portuguese? Would it just be Portugués? Or if there's an accent on the last syllable, would it you just straight up? Okay. Interesting. The S at ends drops, the R's before a vowel, so it stays. Oh, okay. Portugués. Oh. Neat. Very neat. At this point, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. Okay. Yeah, so based on what you're telling me, yeah, most of my life I probably heard Latinas, like Mexicano. Most of them are probably those who still pronounce the end of their S's and R's. Like, it's very prominent. The people I listen to are very prominently pronouncing their R's and their S's, especially at the end of it. It's like very strong. The R endings are very strong. So interesting. Now I know. Ustedes estudian portugués. Portugués. Okay. Yeah, that's almost a purely Caribbean thing. Some other countries do it too, but on a way smaller scale. I see. Nico pretty much scared that person off. But I was listening to a clip that person posted of Chilean, right? And I was just listening to this clip over and over again, and I'm like, I have no idea what this person's saying until you went to the comment section and wrote out in what they said in Spanish, and I'm like, now you can hear it. But boy howdy, like, it's there, Natives struggle to understand Chilean. Like, it's there though. You know what I mean? Like, if you know where you're listening to, like, you would have to live there for maybe a week or two before you acclimate to it. Even if you have Spanish examples. Okay, example sentence incoming. Okay, English translation. There is an apple over there I really want to eat. Neutral stand. Neutral Spanish. Hay una manzana allá que me está dando ganas de comer. Okay. So we have hay una manzana allá que me Ana de comer. Wow. Para becomes pa. Oh. Is the accent gone, or did you just miss the accent on aya? And then que me, and then esta becomes ta. Interesting. Dando la gana, gana because of the s, and then de comer. Interesting. I like how it's called neutral Spanish. It isn't really accentuated. I just wrote it because the pronunciation changed. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is certainly, there is an apple over there I really want to eat. So your example sentence was, there's an apple over there I really want to eat. Are you hungry? I'm kidding. Yeah, so come ana, oh, you're a bit okay. I like pa. Pa sounds great instead of para. I get why they would drop that. And then interesting. The esta versus the ta is shocking. A colloquial thing. Yeah. You've got some Turkish food you're about to heat up. Oh, that sounds delicious. Wait, aren't you? So you're in New York. You're gonna eat Turkish food at 2 a.m. Where's my? I haven't eaten yet. Don't worry. I eat after streaming. My first meal is usually after streaming. So it's 2 a.m. It's 2 p.m. 2 a.m. Sorry, it's 2 a.m. here too. I'm in a neighboring state. If you're still in New York, of course. I'm not sure if you're still in New York, but maybe you're still in EST. You order 2 of chicken kebabs with rice. That's delicious. You ate one earlier. Oh, and then you... Oh, yeah. That sounds delicious. Before I started streaming today, I watched a clip of a what's his name? Brandon? Or no, the Australian guy. He was preparing the HSP, the halal snack pack, the Australian halal snack pack. And my immediately when I think of New York City, I just think of like a pickup. Just walk the streets and pick up a halal plate bowl. Somewhere, you know. Late night munchies. Okay. Yeah, they're always open. You know, you just just go. I currently reside in Pennsylvania, so people close, and I mean, you can go to like the 24-hour diners, which is not, Americana is great. You get your breakfast for dinner, and then consume an apple crisp or something. How do I like it over there? I think I spent over more than half my life. It's pretty comfy. It's one of those things like, if you want quiet and you want to run or just chill or like not worry about like the carefree life. It's a like a more of a like a development kind of thing. So everyone has a dog. Everyone like when you walk out to jog in a normal hour, like half the place is jogging. that kind of thing. Like your Americana your suburbia, your suburbia, quintessential Pleasantville suburbia stereotype, as opposed to your quintessential metropolitan New York. I'm from I was born in Manhattan, so I was from downtown Manhattan. Most of my immediate family are like outside of Manhattan, out there in like Queens and Brooklyn and whatnot, and Flushing. Actually, I'm not sure if I have anyone now I know in Flushings, but they're in the greater New York City area. But yeah, my hometown is Manhattan. Lo siento. That's kind of neat. So you're a New Yorker learning French. Or were a New Yorker. Or is still a New Yorker. Intriguing. You are a New Yorker? Okay. So why French? Hopefully not for long when you move to Paris. Okay. Why Paris? There is a big story. Maybe okay. We'll save it for next time. We'll save it for next time. You've always wanted to go. Schools are cheaper. Plus, you like French. Oh, really? You're in the cultural capital of the world. I'm just kidding. That's a little ethnocentric. But you're in one of the cultural capitals of the world, and you like French. Huh. Yeah, school in Europe is way cheaper than US. That's fair, right? Like it's not actually yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like if we're taking in just that, but we're talking about cultural hubs now. You have like you can pick other countries like Italiano, right? There's a gigantic Italian population in the cultural hub of the world, New York City. Not Italiano, huh? Or what is another? That's in Europe. I'm not sure about. I think German's more Pennsylvania though. Irish Pennsylvania. I feel like, although you could argue. Nah, yeah, it's further out. No, you thought about where you would feel most comfortable. Not many options in Europe, at least in your opinion. I see. That's fair enough. Fair enough. Intriguing. Off to Paris with you. Nosotros no hablamos español. Oui. Fair enough. Point taken. Nosotros somos secretarias. Do I need an article? Oh, dang it. Nosotras.
Las mujeres son de los Estados Unidos.
Las mujeres son de los Estados Unidos. They're just gonna go. That's a big decision. Well, I look forward to hearing how that works out in the future. I'm pretty sure I'll still be alive when that happens. I'll try to be alive, I suppose. There's no, Morrow does not guarantee life, but I'll certainly try to live long enough to see that happen, or to witness what becomes of Mr. French New Yorker. Hey. ¿Ustedes? Can I do ustedes? No. What am I doing? Ellas. Ellas son Amanda y Andrea.
Tú y yo somos amigos.
Why not Spain?
Tú y yo somos amigos.
Tú y yo somos... nosotros... Nosotros... What?
Somos.
Señor... What? Why would you do it this way all of a sudden?
Señor
Rivera y
Señor Castro. El.
Señor... Oh my gosh, suddenly you just want to do it this way. Honest truth, minorities don't really have good time there generally. Plus Spain is very anti-immigration right now. Oh yeah, that's fair. I can see that actually. Yep. That's a fair point to consider when considering immigration. Pragmatic. You gotta think about it. I mean, right, my parents are immigrants, and stuff like that are very, very real and true considerations. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. El maestro. My parents and I still talk about these things quite a lot. There's things that even my generation, or maybe the generation after, or lots of other generations, may not necessarily know the hidden frictions between cultural exchanges. Not that we want to preserve them, per se, like the feeling, the animosity, but more being the awareness that it's part of cultural exchanges, right? I'm not presenting whether it's right or wrong, but more if one must be able to understand the reality of things, but also have your own opinions about it. Yeah, I thought about it, and then I did some research. I see orators getting sprayed. Oh, okay. Well, that certainly would paint a particular picture. I wonder what the animosity is. The brewing animosity. El maestro tiene muchos estudiantes. Personally, I haven't met someone yet, or like conversed with someone who's from Spain, so not quite sure. Maybe we're just natural repellents. I mean, that's perfectly acceptable. in the words of more of a Chinese pragmatism, it's not our business. Prices are going up because Americans and English people to a lesser scale, often foreigners, buy property and turn them into Airbnbs. Oh yeah. Yeah, I heard about that. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's exceptionally true in very specific countries with strong macroeconomics that is heavily relying on tourism. Yeah. Yep. What is that saying? A tale as old as time. Or in the modern age, right? A tale as old as time. Yep. There's a very interesting one for Okinawa, which Okinawa in Japan, I think that largely became successful. They were able to preserve, but you know, the constant ebb and flow between preservation and commercialism and tourism. So like, what's healthier, an injection of finance to promote tourism or a preservation? And Okinawa is a great example of it. It's a beautiful place. When I was in New Zealand, that was also one of the talks about like monitoring in New Zealand 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago, was facing a particular transition point where they were encountering a lot of the things that were facing the United States, right? Because recently, and then they were talking about like immigration from Australia and other places where, and then you have the Maori culture, and then how they're negotiating that kind of thing. Yeah. A tale as old as the modern imperial building, empire building period, post-empire building, and colonialism. I'm making really hand-wavy gestures because I myself am not very good with that type of history anymore. I used to be very fascinated because of video games, like Age of Empires, or like your epic strategy games. A tale as old as Western imperialism, indeed. A modern empire building, the modern day empire building. Yep, I took an entire class, elective in college. It was a fun elective. It was around modern empire building. You know, going through the histories, looking at contemporary empires. They might, and we're talking about conceptual empire building, of course. Not like an empire doesn't necessarily need an emperor. It can look different. It can be a prime minister, a president, right? A republic. But it deals with the whole like acquisition and unified identity and whatnot. Kappa. Nerd. Fictitious, calm down. Calm down. Okay. ¿Cuántas hijas? ¿Cuántas hijas tienes?
Las mujeres estudian en las universidades de España.
Las mujeres estudian en las universidades de España. Okay. Speaking of universities in Spain. Oh, okay, I'm like, what is going on?
Yo tengo
unas amigas de Francia.
How did I screw this one up? Ellas. Oh. Nosotras somos secretarias. Okay. Alright, we did it! Unit 10. Dun 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 dun. Okay, let's look. 26. What do we have? The pluralities. So all the pluralities. Señores, señoras. Cuantas. Cuantas is good. Or actually, we already have cuanta, but that's just plural. Unas, unos, vacaciones, cuanto. So not cuantas or cuantos. Muchas, plural more. Fines de semana. Ustedes, muchos. Jugador is new for this chapter. Hablan. Ellas. Universidades. Ciudades. Estudian. Ellos. Hablamos. Nosotros. Oh yeah, and then the we is a new thing in this chapter. So nosotras estudiamos. Nosotros somos hombres, mujeres. Yeah. Okay. All plurals. So the most substantial is jugador. It's the only new vocabulary. And then the rest is conjugation. So nosotras, nosotros. And then the rest is cycle. Yep. And vacaciones. Vacaciones, jugador, jugador, and cuanta. Not too many. Not like it's all conjugation. We gotta normalize our conjugation again. Okay, and then quickly, let's look at our podcast. What do we have? What do we have for our podcast for this evening? On the next episode of One Piece, I'm gonna be king of Espanol. That's weird. Let's see. What do we have? We have a pod. 3 pods again. We have a pod called El Rey de los Piratas. Oh. I didn't realize that's how you say king. I was gonna ask. So, study habits is our first pod. I feel like this study habits is gonna be like a Lin situation. Where Lin's like, nah, that ain't it, chief. I'm too lazy. I used my hockey to read your mind. Can hockey do that? I don't know, probably. Mind fruit then. Or it's so I'm only on I'm not sure if I had the I've already met the my mind fruit. I don't think I got the my mind fruit yet. I'm on episode 386 or something like that. Oh, you're just saying stuff? Do you watch One Piece? I started One Piece like 4 weeks ago. Just to like as a source of immersion. One Piece has a fairly low and high repeated like vocabulary structure for Japanese. So I'm pulling the trigger, you know, I gotta keep up with these kiddos. These kiddos are running laps around me. Oh, you're caught up? Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. So I just finished the biggest arc. You caught up 3 years ago. I just the biggest arc that completed was, what's his name? The skeleton guy. No, Water 7. Skeleton guy after Water 7. Brooke. Yes, Brooke. That was the last arc. Brooke. Dude, Brooke's episode, origin episode, you know, the following the that was so sad. Man, that hit some notes. The final, like when they were singing the last song together, while all of the one scene when all of his crewmates died one by one. Yo, that was pretty. That was very poetic. That episode was very powerful. I hope that's the direction that One Piece ends up going. I don't know anymore, but it's crazy. You've got more sadness and pain inbound. Brace yourself. Yeah. No spoilers, of course. Fair enough. I like sadness and pain. That's my jam. Like Fictitious and I got this understanding that if it's like a really painful and sobering thing, that's where I am. Where's my jam. I'm all about those life experiences. Overcoming adversity and sacrifice. You'll be fed for a while. I can imagine. What are some of my like? I mean, like I really love Clannad After Story. So, although Free End recently captured my heart. It's like a great balance. We have studying in Spain, of all things. Okay, studying in Spain. It's our second podcast. And then we have a pivot right here. Podcast 3. What do we have? School hallway chat. Ooh, so this could be... Oh, all these don't even... No, I've been off all the time here. Let's see. I feel like Falstaff could say something funny. I like Falstaff scenes. Could say something funny about school hallway chats, overhearing. Studying in Spain. Oh, that's a Lily. That could be a Lily. Like, big whoop. And then what we got for adventure? Our adventure today is going to be, what should I wear? How does that work with the current unit? Wait, this current unit is say where people are from. Intriguing. The future that could have been. Yes. Did you recently watch Look Back? Look Back is very similar. It pulls on that, but it's in a movie format, so you don't have to wait too long. Dude, the Clannad After Story, the future that could have been. Look Back. Look Back, the movie recently. Last year? I recently watched it. Fantastic. What could have been. Wallowing, but there's silver linings in both paths. Finding like redemption and legacy, holding on to memories. You'll check it out though. You haven't kept up with anime in a while. I think Look Back is a great movie. Like, it's a very short movie. It comes in like, you know, it reminds me of those really quaint like 15-minute to 30-minute shorts, like extended shorts that give you a really the movie's over before it even starts. honestly. So it's a good one. I think it's a very westernized one too. Very relatable westernized one. While the setting is still technically the Japanese schools, it's universally felt. It's exactly what you just said. The future that could have been. It plays on the idea that we can reflect on our own actions. I'm not even spoiling anything because there's no context in this. This is like your life lesson stuff. The things that, you know, we reflect on, we often can entertain the idea of what could have been, and what became is the actions that we make. So how do we cope with them, use them, leverage them? It's a beautiful movie. I would say it definitely is a quintessential illustration of the stuff that I quite love about it. And if you throw in a bit of a coming of age, which this movie actually threw it in right at the end, sort of double timed. I love coming of age stories where there's sacrifice, understanding of one's consequences, growth, all packed in. So, and hardship doesn't have to be immense hardship, but I love seeing messages of growth, because life, you have your pains, but you also have your beauty, and the pain also accentuates the beauty, vice versa. Kind of like learning a language. I'm kidding. Well, not really. All right, folks. Thanks for hanging out, SD. It's been a pleasure for today. You kind of want to dabble in Japanese now? You've convinced me without saying anything. I mean, you never know. We might be talking in French in another 2 or 3 years while you're over at Paris. Wink, wink, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. You might give me a great case to pick up French. I have a lot of incentive now, coincidentally. All right, folks. That's a wrap for Duolingo today. For Spanish, it was exciting. We digressed about life, overcoming drama, maybe like approaching communication, right? Explaining explicit communication versus non-verbal communication. Life, how food is awesome, it's OP, but nature keeps nerfing food. Because food, all the R&D from weapon design going into food could kind of solve world conflicts, you know? I'm just saying, write a story on that. Whoever is a brilliant director and stuff. I want to see a utopia based around the idea that food gets unnerved by nature, you know? Imagine, like, I'm angry at you, you're angry at me, here's food. As opposed to fighting over money and like oil and stuff. Here's food. Anyways, that was a really long digression. And then we get to celebrate some Spanish stuff. Thank you, SD. Alright, so until next time, right? Stay safe. Stay healthy. Hasta luego. Adios.